Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and I will be your dungeon master this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it may be for you. Got a very interesting session ahead of us, but I think there is no time to delay or dally. I think that we should roll the intro and just get started. And we're back. So with that, we'll go ahead and dive right in. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, as opposed to me doing the summaries, I have my players do it for me because it's just a great tool. Also, it saves me some time, which is great. So with that, Gemma, Lady Twig down there, I believe that you are the person in charge of the summary today. So whenever you're ready, just take it away. Enthrall me.
Sure.
Nice.
Well, I don't like this energy. Anyway, so we started on the northern shores of Iverion, but don't get too comfortable for where we are, because we were currently in a place that had living Dowie, which was a group of dwarves that were previously thought to be or corrupted by the Dark One. And through our investigations and with the help of a young Dowie Puabi, we found ourselves in a little pocket dimension that was coveted as quote-unquote safety, but where something clearly very wrong has happened. And this is pretty much confirmed when the puzzle-locked gate that the party gets through leads to one of the seals that imprisons a member of the Dark One's 13 Forsaken. And Cassius reappears, who was previously going under the guise of Professor Finch, but now reveals himself to be one of those Forsaken, and obviously here to break the seal. And so, thankfully, Emerald Sigan and the Dowie King and Lil Bannon teleport into the chamber to help stop him with the party. But it doesn't exactly go to plan, and the seal is broken, which releases Mez and Kelnos. Emerald, knowing that there's a massive escalation in danger now that there's two of the Forsaken here, make sure that the party and Puabi are safe and get us into his own sanctum through plane shift. But before we get in, we can hear Sigan just yelling in a panic scream, just no, a few times, which not great. And so inside this sanctum, the party finds 3 chests with each a letter and a scroll with them, which is addressed to the Wardens of Pharaoh, the Runaways, and one for us, the Forerunners of Fate. And the chest contained the scroll of teleportation, which gave us contact to one of Emerald's, way later we'd find students, who's in West Hollow. The party before teleporting takes a little quick breather and takes the time to give some information back and forth with their new party member Lila, and also try and get any information that Emerald has in his sanctum about the other members of the Forsaken. After that, we teleport into Talitha's house, introducing ourselves and our little situation, but we are told that due to the heavy rains that we won't be able to travel out of the city until pretty much next week. So instead, take refuge in her nice, warm, cozy house besides Eurydice, because she decides that night to go out for a little moment alone and to try and contact her mother, as she did on the ship, but is once again frustratingly unsuccessful. So that next morning, the party takes a nice time just over breakfast to talk about things with each other. Some of it leans a bit awkward, but it's mostly just small talk aside from discussions that touch on Yuri's hometown and the fire that happened there years ago. The topic making Eurydice very uncomfortable and her excusing herself back to the room with Lila following to check on her. Twig also plays a match of kingdoms and castles against Talitha that morning, winning the cards of Alex Silverfoot and Morning Light, two of the Wardens of Farah, and new minted cards, and is also told to compete in the tournament that will be happening in Halfcrest.
Right.
But where we find ourselves now is with a mysterious visitor knocking on the door, with Talitha confused because she had cleared out all her appointments for the week. But the person is revealed to be Amandra, who is the wife of a recently deceased captain of the guard, who believes that her husband died of foul play rather than the official story of it being a suicide. And yeah, spooky murder music.
Exactly. So that is right where we're going to pick up. We're going to do like a little bit of a cut here, right? We last session we immediately ended with her entering sort of exacerbated, out of breath, saying all of these things in rapid motion. And before any questions are had or any discussion is had, you can see Talitha approach this Amardra up cliff, speaking to her, calming her down, taking off the wet cloak, setting it off on a coat hanger, and then taking her out into the living room near the fire. One thing that's interesting about the outfit that you can see, for one, it's very, very heavy wools and linens. You can see that the cloak specifically has this sort of like sheen to the top of it. There must be some type of wax or something on that. As you can see, there's like the cloak isn't drenched at all. If anything, it's just the clothes underneath. And the only other thing that you notice that is odd about her current outfit is that she has these almost like stilts on. Would look to be like a plank of wood that would be flat on the foot with two longer planks of wood coming down off of them. Maybe 6 to 8 inches, and you can see those pieces of wood completely covered in mud. But the shoes that she wears and the dress that she's currently wearing is completely free of any dirt or muck on them. So you see that she kind of Talitha helps her tuck those things away, and then takes her in to their sort of main fireplace, this sort of main common room. Pull everybody there. So, with that, we can see in this current moment Amardra sort of sitting down, finally having a moment to catch her breath. Talitha gets some warm drink for her as she slowly begins to sip very shakily. And with that, Amardra seems calm, and Talitha, she's just pouring the hot drink into the cup. You can see the steam sort of rising off the top. And Amardra, Talitha looks to Amardra and says, "Well, I don't know, Amardra, if there's anything that I can do specifically to help. Anything I can do, I'm more than happy to do, but I just am not sure if I can do anything. But," and she kind of looks up towards the group of you that have kind of been following her around, and sort of gives like almost like a pleading look to the group of you, like, "Oh, oh?"
Yeah, Nalfian will just kind of like, who was just observing. I feel like moments before he was ready to like kill whoever walked through the door until Talitha said, "Just relax, let me get it."
Mhm.
But he's interested now, and the nightly thing would be to help.
Okay.
So he just kind of like steps forward and he just says, "Is there any way you could just tell the story from your perspective so we can understand what exactly is going on? You said your husband was killed, but everyone is saying it was a suicide."
With that, you can see the woman sort of look up at you, and at this point is really the only time that you get a really good, clear look at her face. The rest of the time it had been covered by the hood, it had been noise pointed directly down at the ground, and you get a good look at this woman, human, maybe in her late 30s, early 40s. She does have a very young face, though, and these deep, deep brown eyes, as you get a good look at Amardra Upcliffe.
I don't mean to be insensitive at all. Any information you can help, or any information you can give would help us. Maybe willing to look into this.
She takes a sip of the drink, and she begins to speak, and she says, "All right, I will tell you everything I know. Everything as I've seen, and hopefully, that," she kind of looks at you, "you can get to the bottom of this."
When she starts talking, can I just I've been playing a lot of LA Noire myself recently. Can I watch her as she's talking, specific eye movements to make sure looking for deceit, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that Nelfian would have any reason to think this woman is lying. He's just trying to really pay attention.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Make an insight check.
All right. First roll back. Let me look at my modifiers. That would be a 15.
Okay, 15. Okay, all right. I'll keep that in mind as she tells her story. So, that she takes a sip, she nods, she begins to speak about the events as she witnessed them.
LOL.
Okay. So, she takes a sip on the drink and says, "The last time I saw my husband, it was, well, at least saw him alive, was last night. If I'm being entirely honest, we had just gotten into a fight. Work had been stressing him out so much crime running rampant in the city, and I just wanted him to take a step back, to breathe, to take a day off so he could calm down a little. Well, I told him that I wouldn't stay here and watch him kill himself." You see her kind of deflate a little. "And I told him that I was going to stay at an inn for the night, to give him time alone to think. I thought it was strange that he never came to find me that night. When I went back home this morning, there I found him. His face was purple. He had these, looked to be scratch marks on his throat. Immediately I screamed. I called for help. Eventually the guards arrived, and a good friend of my husband, Captain Ravi, well, I guess now Captain Ravi, arrived. They pulled me away from the scene, and they told me they would get everything sorted out. Well, I went to the House of Law this afternoon after just feeling so lost. And I wanted to know if they had found who did it, or if they knew who was responsible. Well, they told me that no one could be responsible. Captain Rafi himself told me that they found a bottle of widow's whale in the house. Poison that causes the throat to close. And they said that he must have drank it himself. Too stressed from the work. Couldn't barely stand to go on. I told him there was no way my Richard would ever do that. I started to make a scene. And, well, they escorted me home. Kept 2 guards outside my house so I wouldn't leave, so I wouldn't say anything to anybody, so I had to sneak out the back, and then I came here.
Alright, and, again, not to sound insensitive or anything, you are 100% sure that your husband would not take his own life.
No, I know he wouldn't. And why would he choose to do something so painful?
Is there anybody who would want to see him hurt or out of the picture? I mean, he is, the captain of the guard of this town? I'm sure he has a long list of people who aren't too happy with him.
Yes, you're right. But the more time that I've had to think about it, I think there might be 3 in particular who would be willing to do something drastic. For one, there was a brigand who was recently released from the West Hollow jail. Gregor Mcgregor. An oaf of a man. He was sold out by some of his other outlaw buddies. And my husband personally brought him in. Richard told me about what Gregor said he was going to do if he ever got out. If he ever managed to break his way out, or as soon as he got released, he would make Richard pay. He said, at least this is what Richard told me, that he would make him choke on his own words. On top of that, being the captain of the guard, my husband had the power to choose who would be in charge of making the arms and armor for the town guard. For the longest time, he had gone through a half-orc by the name of Lucy Garns. However, a few months ago, Lucy's prices increased, and my husband said that the city wasn't going to pay for it, so they found someone new. A few days later, Lucy's business, they went out of business. And I overheard Lucy was in several bars talking about how she would, or how he would get even with Richard. And then finally, originally was the deputy, but is now captain of the guard. Man who replaced my husband, Captain Ravi. Ravi had always been envious of my husband's position. See, Ravi comes from he was an immigrant from Odero. He's a blade master, apparently. Always thought that he deserved a higher position than a man who'd never seen lands outside of Iverion. Two of them got along well enough. There were just always whispers that Ravi would one day become captain, whether Richard liked it or not. I know that Ravi is currently at the House of Law. Lucy tends to stay in his shut-down smithing shop towards the center of town, and, well, Gregor tends to bounce around to the different seedy inns in town.
And how did she look through all this, Joe?
Shaken. Not
stirred?
stirred. Yeah.
Alright, sorry. Continue.
I was thinking that too, though.
No. No, she didn't seem... like I said, she just seems upset. She wasn't
Okay.
making very much eye contact at all, but you can tell that's probably just because she is upset, and it is hard to... She's trying to get the facts as clear as she can.
Mm-hmm. How does everybody else in the party like reacting to all of this?
Lila just looks sad for her. She's trying to kind of take note of everything, though. She's listening very intently, but she feels bad for the lady.
I think it's much the same. It's not like she's having any, like, unusual reaction to, I guess, being told about, like, all this, so...
Right.
Yeah, it's just... Oh, that's, like, she lost her husband. Like, that's sad. Like, it's generally that kind of reaction.
Okay. Yeah, Nalfia's just trying to gauge how to continue, because if everyone else just seems, like, cool with it, then he'll just proceed.
We can do our best to look into this for you. Since you're not really allowed to do it yourself, we can report back to you whatever we find. And she's kind of looking at everybody like, are we up for that?
If you would be willing to, that would quite frankly be amazing.
I will say, if there was clearly harm taken against your family, it might be best if you stay here where it's safe.
Oh, of course. And here, she rustles into her, sort of the overlapping folds of her dress and pulls out a small brass key, and we'll hand it to you then, Nalfian. This is the key to my house. Our house, I suppose. Or my house now. She kind of sighs and shakes her head. If you need to look around at all, feel free to do so.
I assume his body has been removed.
Yes, it has.
I'm sorry for your loss, but we will figure it out. That's what we do.
Do you know where it's been located, or if it's been
Yes.
brought to like ceremony or anything?
There is a temple to Palor, closer towards the eastern gate. They have a chilling room far beneath the ground that helps keep the bodies preserved until proper rites can be given. And given that my husband was a follower of Palor, his body will be held there until the sun is finally shining down on West Hollow.
Thank you.
Of course.
We'll figure this out. But again, I think it's best if you just stay here where you know you have someone watching your back and it is safe. I think it might be best if we head to your house first, seeing as that's where it all happened.
She nods.
Is there anything else you think that could help us? Anybody else out of those three? Anyone who has a really strong hatred for your husband?
You see her think for a moment, and then shake her head no. I can't think of anyone else, I'm sorry.
It's alright. This is a lot to go off of. Alright. Well, if everyone's ready, I'd grab a coat if I were you. And I guess he's just gonna, like, grab his own cloak and hood up.
Okay. Talitha will leave Amardra in the room by herself for just a brief moment as she comes out to all of you near the front door and says, Before all of you go, let me just do a little bit of magic on your cloaks. I'd hate to see them get ruined. The rain here is ever persistent, and it will soak directly through that wool. And also, if I'm being entirely honest, you'll want to take stilts with you as well. Believe me, especially you, and pointing to you, Twig. The mud in some of the city streets is about 7-8 inches deep, so you have to be very careful when traversing through it. I think I have a few extra pairs. I'll just need to check.
Nalfin will nod. Is this gonna make walking hard? Like, is this difficult terrain?
Yeah, you're gonna walk slower for sure.
Yes.
I kind of want to
Precisely.
bring Lucky just to see him, like, jumping through the mud.
Okay, so with that, Talitha will come out with 4 pairs of stilts. Now, they're kind of one size fits all. You just put your foot in and strap it in. It doesn't really matter. Some of them are a little smaller. So, Blossom kind of looks at the stilts and then looks at her hooves and says, you know what? I think it might be best if I sit this one out. I'll stay here and give company to the widow, to Amardra. The rest of you, best of luck, but, yeah, last time I walked around in mud like that, I was pulling out on my fur for, quite some time, so I'll, hold off on this one.
Yeah, it'll be good to have some company for her. We got it. Anelfi will, I guess, strap these stilts to his feet. I imagine, like, snowshoes, little tennis rackets, but, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine like rice patty shoes too, where you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pig
Absolutely.
wants to deliberately have hers on first so she could be taller than everyone.
Oh,
That's cute.
Do they even make the difference? Does it work?
If Twig gets them on first, then yes.
Aw. Alfie will slow down.
Alrighty. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Alrighty.
We are headed to their household first. As long as everyone's okay with that. Like, as soon as we get outside and kind of, like, away from everything, Delphine would kind of, like, turn to everyone and just kind of say, alright, well, what do we think? Who we thinking?
So are you guys having this conversation in a little, like, foyer, or have you walked outside?
I don't want to have this in front of her. Like, I would have this outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Alright.
thinking on the porch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, step outside, and you enter the gloomy, gray, dark, rainy city of West Hollow.
Ooh, it is. Oh my.
Oh my god, that is kind of scary.
It's kind of pretty though.
It's cozy. You
I
know.
have tea right now. I'm very happy.
Oh yes. Cozy with a murderer running around, but it's fine.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, he's
Um,
just kind of like looking at everyone just to kind of get their thoughts on it.
uh, my gut reaction is that that friend, she's gonna use air quotes. What was his name? Ravi. I don't know. Getting weird vibes there, but I think it's a good idea to check out the house first so we can see if there's anything that helps lead us in any direction.
Yeah, I agree. A man can have a long list of enemies, but that doesn't always mean they're willing to swing the sword. And it seems like he has quite the list, but just because someone's pissed off doesn't mean they're gonna murder someone. But a position of power, that's a little different.
Yeah, there's actually a motive there, while the others are more, like you said, just kind of like they were upset.
Alright, well, guess let's go check out his place.
Okay.
Oh, I hope the mud's not as bad as they say, as she like puts her first stilt in the
I like the sound.
Yep, it's about, you're right outside of her house. It's about 4 inches deep of mud. So the stilts
Ew.
were a good idea.
Yeah.
Got about a 2-inch buffer between you and the mud now.
Oh lordy.
So yeah, it is a slow-moving process. There is not
Do we
a
have to make
lot.
dexterity checks?
No, and if there's a chase scene for some reason, then yeah, but just kind of slowly making your way through. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but eventually you do get it.
Wait, does the mud stick to Lucky's coat? Or does it just burn off?
It just burns off. In fact, anywhere that he runs, it kind of turns like solid for a moment and then turns back into like mucky muck. But then will like re-solidify and harden where like somebody could almost step on top of it. But then with the water coming down and the rain coming down, it just immediately softens again. He does have like a brown tint to him now, though. He's just kind of running in.
Okay.
Sometimes the mud begins to like bubble, like it's hot.
Ugh.
Just tell him not to stay still anywhere.
Okay.
Otherwise the mud will just bubble up.
Okay. Alrighty. So then heading to the Upcliff Estate.
Indeed we are.
That's what I understand. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So, you make your way throughout the rainy, dull, dark city streets of West Hollow. You can see that you are one of few that have decided to brave the weather to make your way through these streets. You can see some people are not as fortunate as you to have cloaks and stilts. Some people wade through the mud, hoping to get to the next place of warmth and comfort that they can find. But you all have a mission, a job to accomplish. So, you continue on your way, following the instructions Marge would have given you to get to the Upcliff Estate. Eventually, as you round a corner, you can see it there in front of you. A moderately sized house. Would be perfect for a family of 4 or 5. But you know that it would have just been Richard and Amarja living in that house. A little spacious for just 2 people, but that's where they lived. You can see that the guards that were once positioned there at the front door must have abandoned their post, hoping to escape the rain and the weather. So with that, you are free to approach the home and head inside.
There's like nobody around the house, no like onlookers or.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Oh yeah. In my perception, +3. 19.
19, okay.
Spicy.
So, as you are looking around, just sort of peeking down different alleyways, making sure that there are no onlookers, you can see there's a very brief moment where you make eye contact with somebody. Somebody peeking around a corner, looking directly near the door. And as soon as you do, the head pops back behind the alleyway.
Okay, wait. So this person was coming from the alley, not from the house.
Yeah, not from the house. They were
Looking directly at the door.
They were looking at the door to the house, and then made eye contact with you and bounced back behind the alleyway.
Now, if it's gonna give a look at everybody, kind of put his hand up as if to stay here, and he's gonna walk towards the alley.
Okay. Alrighty, so you make the slow journey over there, moving through the mud and muck. And eventually, make your way to the alley. As you take a peek down, there's nobody there.
Is there any footprints in the mud?
As you look down at the mud, there may have been at one point in time, but due
But
to
it's just raining.
the constant rain, yeah.
All right. He will stare begrudgingly down this walkway for a hot minute, and then I guess turn back around if he doesn't see anybody.
Okay.
And as he returns, he's just gonna say, "Let's watch our backs as we go in here, because I don't think we're the only ones who are interested in this house today. There are eyes everywhere." And he's gonna go into the house.
Okay.
Well, that checks out that it might not be a suicide.
I don't know, something's wrong about all of it, but I can't say for sure until we know more.
Okay. Alright. So with that, the group of you head up towards the raised wooden porch, eventually getting out of the mud and taking the key that she gave you. You test the door. It is locked. Use the key, unlock it, as you then head inside. So entering the home, you can see that it is, for one, immediately shutting the door behind you. You can hear the rain begin to fade. You can also get a good look at the place as best you can. It is rather dark on the interior. It seems as though any candles or flames have been extinguished, and the house is rather empty. You can see this very fanciful, gaudy style decorating the entire area. These sort of gold embellishments and stone vases, bookshelves lining the walls. Just a home with no life. As you enter. So, as all of you enter the Upcliff estate, is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Yeah, are there, so looking for maybe the bottle of poison and maybe just any signs of struggle or things that just don't look right.
Also compound any signs of force / entry that wouldn't just have been just through the door.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and have one person do each of those as you kind of fan out throughout the house to see if you can find any signs of this stuff. So who's tackling what?
I'll tackle any signs of force entry.
Okay.
I will
You
look
take-
for the poison.
If you take Nalthian with you, and then I can go over Lila, and then we can give each other advantage.
Hey, that's right.
Hey,
Split up, gang.
I rolled a 2 on that first.
The mystery gang. Yeah.
what am I
Now
rolling?
we'll help Twig look around for force
Investigation.
Okay.
It's an 18.
So I have advantage, right? with.
Yep.
Yuri's doing her best. She's also got like one of her fingers, like the end is like on fire, just to give some light, like a little
Nice.
candle.
Well, we got a 22, so did pretty
E.
good.
Okay. 22, and then for the signs of forced entry,
18.
18. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So, we'll start with Twig and Nalfian. As the two of you are making your way throughout the house, you can see that this is a 2-story home with a very large basement. Furnished basement. There are walls and chandeliers. There is furniture. A very nice place. As you're making your way through the basement, first floor, and then eventually the second floor, you haven't found any signs of forced entry yet. Definitely nothing on the front or the rear doors, nothing on any of the windows that would lead into the basement. But as you make your way up to the second floor, you can see that there are 3 bedrooms here. One bedroom on the second floor seems to be belonging to Richard and Amardra, sort of the master bedroom. There is another bedroom. A lot of the stuff in here covered with rags, but you can see that there is a baby's crib and different items related to that, all of them covered up with sheets. And then eventually in this third room, there is a guest bedroom. And in this guest bedroom, you can see that while it's not forced entry, near the one window with an 18, you can see that there are scuff marks near the window. Repeated scuff marks near the window.
Are these scuff marks as if something's been moved in front of it? Or as in like shoe scuff marks?
Shoe scuff marks, like somebody came in
Gotcha.
through the window.
Yes, gotcha.
And repeated as in they came in through the window and presumably left as well, or
Came in and left multiple times.
Interesting.
creepy.
Yeah, right.
And what's outside that window? What are you looking out onto?
There is a small lattice work, sort of like vine wall that comes up to the window.
Easily climbable, I see.
So,
But like, is it like, does it lead down into a garden or just a street?
no, it leads down into what looks to be a small garden along the edge of the house. But you can see that maybe just 30 seconds, if that, you can immediately go from where that garden is into an alleyway.
The
There's
same
not
one where
any-
I saw a figure, or no?
No,
Okay.
no, not the same alleyway.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what you two notice. So you're going through looking for that. And then a 22, you said, for Lila and Eurydice?
Yeah.
Okay. So the group of you, the two of you end up passing the other two time and time again as you're investigating and making your way around the room, around the house. Your investigation takes you down to the basement, however, Lila and Eurydice. As you're making your way through the bottom of the house, like I said, this very lavishly furnished basement, there's a large fireplace that currently sits empty. And you can see that on the sort of large, what looks to be like white felt fur rug, you can see that there are what look to be deep red, maybe brown stains kind of on that rug. And you kind of look around a little bit on there, and sort of looking down at the ground, you eventually see that underneath one of the couches there is a bottle that rolled underneath there. So you look under and you grab the bottle. You can see that it is empty, but it is a small purple vial with a cork in the top of it. And, well, could assume that this may be your bottle of poison here. Now, one thing, and I'll say this with a 22, as you find that and you continue to look around just in case there's anything else that you missed, you do notice that there's a small bar in the very back of this basement. And as you're just sort of looking around, you can see a collection of very nice, fine alcohols, different liquors from all around, not just Iverion or Eridane, but in some cases from around the world. And there is a small chest that is sort of sitting on the top corner. And as you just mess with it a little bit, eventually you get the clasp unhook. And as you flip it over and look inside, you can see a collection of different herbs and ingredients on the inside. Not exactly sure what they are, but there is like a mortar and pestle, all of these different alchemical ingredients in here, and yeah.
What do you think this could have been used for? It's just sitting here.
I'm not sure. Yuri's gonna have a look at it, and because she does have like proficiency with like herbs and medicines and that kind of stuff, can she try and look at it and see what more specifically these things are?
Yeah, sure. Make let's see. I guess we can say nature or a wisdom-based skill that you have proficiency in, because that's what we'd be looking for here.
Would medicine then?
Yeah, sure, medicine. Yeah.
Okay, dope. That was shitty. 14?
14. You can definitely tell that it's an alchemical set. In terms of narrowing down some of the ingredients, some of them you don't recognize. One thing you do recognize in here seems to be some type of like bark, maybe bark from a tree. And it's one of the most common uses in alchemy is this. From the bark of a willow tree, you can make a very dull painkiller. So it might just be a minor alchemical set.
Okay. Then she'll relay that, and she'll say, I'm not sure, but this typically is used for treating pain, so I don't really know what this was here for, apart from maybe just that.
I guess we should just keep it in the back of our head just in case, but...
Yeah.
And Joe, how much of that liquid was on... Does it seem like a bottle's worth of liquid on the ground? Or, like, splashes?
Where? I don't think there was any...
Oh, I thought you said there was, like, a stain, a red liquid stain on the ground.
Yeah, on the
rug.
white sort of fur rug, there were these very, very deep red, almost brownish stains on the carpet.
And does it seem like...
look at those?
Yeah.
And to see if they're blood or if they're something else.
Oh, that's true. I was thinking it was poison or wine.
It's either poison or blood, maybe, or wine.
Okay. Go ahead and make another medicine check. Sort of investigating.
Unnatural 20.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely tell that this is older dried blood.
Okay.
That's okay.
Do we know... I don't know if Lila specifically, or maybe Eurydice does, but do we know how this poison works? Like, does it just suffocate you, or would you bleed from this drug or thing?
Yeah, just from how she described it, it pretty much like just causes your throat to swell until it's closed and there's no air that can get in or out. So some, and I would say that Eurydice and Lila, with the two of yours book learning combined,
Ooh.
it's fairly common knowledge that when using poisons like this, sometimes people can be so desperate that they actually try to claw at their throat in order to get some type of relief.
So he
Okay.
could have bled from that, but I don't know if it would have made this.
Yeah, and he would have only died, what, last night? Right?
Mm-hmm.
During the night? So is that enough for it to have already kind of gone so old and brown?
You know, if we want to go see his body, I can look through his eyes and see what he saw last.
Oh,
And
that would
maybe-
be really
Yeah.
good,
I
actually.
don't know if we'd see a person because if he was poisoned, but maybe it does have some more answers than
Maybe.
I originally thought.
I used to be able to do that, and I was kind of really regretting that I couldn't do it now, but considering you can do it, that's really
That's
great.
okay. Yep, I got you, no worries. But we'll see what they found and see if I think it'd be beneficial just to see what he saw last. Maybe it's not even, maybe we didn't see much. Maybe he was asleep, but could be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably, yeah, okay. I think we should definitely at least go see the body at some point.
Okay. Taking the bottle with her, she'll go. I assume they just go back upstairs to see the other two and see what they found.
Yeah.
I will say
Report our findings.
after dealing with the window, I'm not sure if there'd be time, or I guess if we can do this as a whole ass group, but have a little investigation into that baby room.
Oh, yeah, sure. Make an investigation check.
Yeah. Specifically, just trying to see, I guess, is this something that's been, recently kind of set up, or if it's something that's been, here for a while
Yeah.
and all that.
Like dust in the room, or does it seem like it's been disturbed?
Do I get advantage from now?
And Elf would absolutely be looking.
Yeah, I think it's curiosity.
17, I can't roll. It's fine.
So with a 17, I'd probably say that, you get a pretty clear idea of how long things have been here for. There is a thin layer of dust over everything, so it seems like you're really probably the first people to enter this room in, at least 3 or 4 months, at the very least.
Yeah. If it's clear that there's dust and hasn't been disturbed, Nalfin would put a hand on Twig's shoulder and just say, I think we should leave this room as it is.
One question before we leave, though. Does it seem like it's ever been used? Or is it very
She
much
goes silence.
Or is it just in its setup phase?
Yes, it doesn't seem like it's ever been used.
Yeah, the same thing applies. He would just, same thing, just put his hand on her shoulder and just say, let's leave this where it is.
Then I guess turn around and reconvene with the others.
Okay.
Alright, so 3 bedrooms. Only one that seems to have anything of note, really. Guest bedroom, there's scuff marks. Someone's been going in and out of the window in particular. Not sure why, but doesn't look like there's forced entry at all, but they've been using the window as a point of entry.
Okay, that's weird. We found bloodstains on a rug, which was interesting. And we found the bottle that the poison was in.
Mm-hmm. And Lila will kind of just hold it up. I don't know if there's anything noteworthy about the bottle, but we have it.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we can, I guess, find out the place that sold the bottle. I mean, surely there wouldn't be too many places making poison around here.
Is there any markings at all on the bottle that would identify where it came from, Joe?
Yeah, there is on the very bottom of the glass, that sort of flat surface that the glass itself would rest on. There is a craftsman's mark on there. Seems to be an X with an eye on each side.
Interesting.
Kind of like that.
Okay.
Maybe when we're visiting places to try and find, what was his name? Gregor? Yeah. Maybe we'll run into somebody that recognizes this symbol.
I agree. But you mentioned blood, as in a lot of blood? I thought he just was poisoned.
We're not sure if it would be enough because he did have scratches, and assuming he did that since he was poisoned, there might have been some blood, but I don't know if there would have been enough that he gave off. So it is still suspicious.
All right.
Yeah.
But I can cast a spell and see what he saw last. If we do want to go visit the body, it might be beneficial just to like confirm just like what he saw and how he died at least. Maybe there was a person there, maybe not.
Well, we might be able to see who poured the drink.
Maybe.
All right, I say that's where we go next.
All right.
Before we leave, Joe, can
Yeah.
I'll just like peer out the window to see if anybody like is watching the house now.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Okay. Oof, that's not gonna be good because I rolled a 5. 8.
8. Yeah, you peer out and it is just too dark out there, too rainy. You're just not exactly sure if anybody is watching.
Okay. All right. Then tally ho.
All right.
Stilts on
Stilts
in
on.
mud.
Gadget
About
stilts.
fair.
There you go.
So we're headed to the Temple of Palor, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh wait, that's right.
okay.
It's fine.
All
You'll
righty.
be all right.
So with
Lila
that-
doesn't know anything. She's just giddy on going.
So with that, all of you head in that direction. Okay. So, once again, marching throughout the city streets, you can see that every once in a while you are passed by a guard patrol, also on stilts, 4 of them at a time, making their way throughout the city streets, still trying to keep everyone safe to the best of their ability. As you are walking, heading towards the eastern side of the city, you pass a few what look to be taverns or inns, locations where people can get a little bit of respite from the cold and the muck. And a few of them that you pass, you can tell that things are definitely getting a little intense in there. People are shouting, yelling, arguing, fights about to break out in each one of these places. And you can tell that when the areas in the city begin to flood, tensions definitely rise quite a bit. But nobody stops you, and you continue on your way. Eventually, you make your way towards that Temple of Palor, a small, humble building. And as all of you go to approach, who is leading the way into the temple?
Lila will.
Alrighty. So, Lila, with that, you lead the way, heading up the stone steps, which this is especially difficult with the stilts, but eventually, walking up the steps with the stilts, you get all the way up to the top, out of the mud, and you make your way into the temple. Now, entering, you can see, like I said, this is a very humble temple. Not very large, several pews decorating the area, and a small symbol of Palor, just a blazing sun at the very center. 2 hearths on opposite sides of it, blazing this warm light into the room. You can see one woman to be an albino tiefling woman, this sort of like milky white, or very, very pale white skin, these two curled horns adorned with golden caps, wearing robes of white trimmed with yellow, as she approaches and says, "Hello, my children, welcome. My name is Sister Nalia. How may I assist you this dreary afternoon?"
Hello. We're here because the wife of the recently deceased Richard. What was his name? Upton?
Upcliff.
Upcliff. Richard Upcliff. She's been asking us to check in on things and just see kind of what maybe better was going on. She asked us to go see his body, and I know she told us that he was being kept in the chilling room below. Do you mind leading us there, and we can just kind of observe for a moment?
Seer, she kind of looks at you, and she thinks for a moment, and I'd like you to make a persuasion check.
Okay. Let's see how that goes. She's not really lying.
No, that's why it's not a deception check.
Yeah, she got a 9.
Oh. Total?
Yeah.
Oh.
Look, she's not a persuasive being.
Nalia kind of, Sister Nalia, she looks and she says, "I'm sorry, my child, but I was informed specifically by the captain of the guard to not allow any onlookers on the body."
As soon
Given-
as she says that, Nalfian's gonna kind of like give a look to everybody else in the group. Like, this bitch. Not her, but the captain.
Yuri's gonna step forward with Lucky as well. There's a fiery dog next to her. And she's gonna say, I completely understand. That makes a lot of sense. We want to respect them. By the way, so you're a priestess of Pelor, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, see, I had just some questions about that, because I haven't met too many people that are really, this is Lucky, by the way. I really want to introduce you. And she's gonna just take a couple steps back and try and get this woman to focus on her and Lucky so that some members of the party can get down to the chilling room.
Lol. Yeah, because Nalfian's not inconspicuous at all.
Buddy, I'm trying.
Nah. Does she seem distracted, Joe?
Yeah, make a persuasion check for me, Eurydice.
Let's see. Because Eurydice, my thought is she could keep Ida talking for a long... Oh, dear.
Oh, no!
Well,
I just looked
Oh,
back.
no.
I was like, 6.
6.
oh
Okay.
my god.
Okay. So
Rough
she's
research.
talking to you, and she seems rather intrigued in what you're doing. So it's up to the rest of you if you want to try and do something in this moment.
I think it's definitely not. She's not gonna be sneaking around in this temple. That is not her style.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be Lila's either.
Is there anybody else in here, Joe? Nalfian would take this opportunity to look over her shoulder, though.
No, she's the only person in here right now, aside from all of you.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, dear.
All right. Nalfian will kind of like step up, not to be rude or interrupt or anything, trying to put on his "I'm a good lad"
Mhm.
face. Excuse me, sister.
Yes.
Hello. Sir Nalfian of House Forrester. We are in the middle of a murder investigation, and as your lovely Pelor here would probably like it if we could help put a soul to rest. I think that's how you would say that. It would be of great assistance to us if we could at least make sure the body died of natural causes or self-inflicted causes, as it has been accused. There is thought of foul play, and we would, if that is the case, like to find out who is the cause. Now, again, I'm sure you would want his soul to find peace. Can't really do that if there is someone running around town taking them. Duffy is not going to smile in this moment, but he's looking like, I'm being pretty serious.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check, because this is going to be tough, because she's already denied you guys once.
I know.
Suck.
We just need to go talk to the captain at this point. I rolled an 18 plus 3. I think is my yeah. Perception is plus 3. Okay, 21. Math. She also denied us once, so like it's okay.
I understand where you're coming from. I do. You're trying to do a good thing for Armada. I take my vows very seriously, so I cannot let you see this body. But I can tell you this much. There is... When they brought the body to me, they had said that he had died of a self-inflicted nature. And I know that isn't true. I think anyone who sees the body would know that's not true. And I recognized the death.
You recognize the death. What does that mean?
I know what poison was used. Widow's Wail.
And any reason why someone would use something like that against a captain of the guard of all people?
Why him, I'm not sure, but... Well, that's not true. There are many reasons why someone would want to do away with a captain of the guard.
But people who would be willing to risk their own life for it.
Well, I think a person who'd be willing to risk their own life would be one who's already thrown it away, so to speak. There was a time 4 or 5 years ago. There was a charlatan who had come to town, peddling this miracle serum, things to grow hair, to make people fall in love with you, to cure wounds, to get rid of sicknesses and ailments. And there was a time when 5 or 6 bodies at a time would show up. That same way. Widow's Wail. Eventually that man was arrested. He was arrested by Richard and was just recently released from prison.
Gregor, right?
She shakes her head.
As in a yes or a no?
As in a head, yes, sorry.
Okay.
That's
You can
fine.
shake your head many ways, so I wasn't sure. Okay. Alright, since we're talking. What about, what is it, Deputy Ravi?
Yes, the new captain of the guard.
Yeah, about that. Any reason why he would want to harm Richard in any way? I mean, I'm not sure how much you know of the nature of their relationship.
No, as far as I knew, they were very good friends. Ravi did, well, Ravi thought very highly of himself, but Richard had nothing but respect for the man. At least as far as I ever saw the two of them, they got along quite well.
Alright, I don't think Alfie would insight check her. She's like a lady of the cloth.
Lady of the cloth.
Lady of the cloth.
Yeah,
She is wearing some, that's true.
You know what I mean? Alright, he's just gonna nod. Not really knowing what the other two are planning. He's just gonna like.
You just see them looking at each other.
Yeah, I can-
Yeah.
No.
Lila, with her head kind of low, will like step forward and say, I understand that you take your vows very seriously, and then she'll like hold on to her star necklace. I take mine very seriously as well, and I did promise her that we would do our best to look into this, so I please ask that you reconsider and help us out for this poor grieving woman. And she will cast suggestion.
Is suggestion a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
So on the cleric,
Should might work.
it's a wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
She's
it's
an
my
NPC!
You know what?
cleric on cleric.
Nothing's a good night. He was just having a conversation.
DC 15? Okay.
Yeah. Trying it.
It's cocked.
I hope this goes well for you.
Let it be low.
Yeah, did she say when Gregor was released? 4 or 5 years? Oh no, that's when he came to town. He came to town 4 or 5 years ago. I think she said he was released recently, right?
Couple of weeks.
Like, does she? Couple weeks. Because if there's these scuff marks going in and out of the house for multiple times, I'm just thinking of like being if we're able to then rule them out. Because I don't know, come in and out so often over a course of a couple weeks. Like, surely it'd be
Seems, yeah.
longer, right?
Yeah, it seems weird.
Okay. So, cast the spell. And you can see her brow kind of furrow as she looks at you and says, well, if it will help bring her peace, I suppose.
Oh, well, that was a
Nice.
sudden change of heart. Now
Thank
Finley
you.
looks at the others, confused.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
pop
just gives
the
a
brow.
thumbs up, like, well done.
Mm.
And this is when you guys are gonna see one of Lila's cocky, like, smiles kind of creep across her face, so.
Yeah, now people definitely like quirk an eyebrow at that. Like, the fuck just happened here? All right.
Hey, not gonna fight it.
I thank you. Lead the way.
So, specifically, repeat what your question was.
To... Ooh.
Was it just to show you the body?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. I think that was it.
Okay, so show us the body. Pretty
Oh,
much.
God.
Mhm.
Okay.
Walks us in front of a glass. There you go. Bye.
Aw, boo.
Here's a picture I drew of it.
Here's
So-
a picture I drew.
Sorry.
So she smiles and she'll take you towards the back of the temple, and there's a small spiral staircase that heads down. You head down for maybe what would be 2 or 3 stories until you are well beneath the muddy sort of top layer of West Hollow. And you can feel the air begin to chill. It is maybe 10, 15 degrees Fahrenheit down here, which, for those that don't speak that language, it's negative 12 degrees Celsius.
Ew.
So yeah, it's pretty cold down here. So, as all of you make your way down, there is a large metal door at the bottom. You can see she takes out a iron key, puts it in the lock, twists it open. You can feel a locking mechanism undo, and the door swings open. You can see that this is definitely a medieval fantasy mortuary, where you can see that on the different slabs in the area, there are maybe 4 or 5 bodies covered up by cloth to obscure them. No autopsies or anything like that are being done. They're just sort of here to be preserved. And as you make your way in, you make your way towards the back of the room, and you can see covered up in a cloth, probably is the body of Richard. And as she makes her way over, you can see her flip back the cloth over the face, and you get a good look at Richard Upcliffe. An older man, probably in his mid-40s, a slight gray to the hair and the beard. You can see that swollen purple throat and the scratch marks on it. And one other thing that's quite interesting is you can see that from maybe a time before he was captain of the guard, there are different scars or sort of long-term bruises that have stayed on his body from the sort of chest up that you can see. But as soon as Sister Nalia flips back the cloth, you can see her kind of shake her head and looks up at all of you and says, "What are you doing down here?" And she flips the cloth back. "What are you doing down here?"
You brought us down here. You don't remember?
"No, I don't remember, but you need to leave now. This is a sacred place."
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you gave permission. You said follow me, and here we are.
Yeah.
We were just respecting what you offered.
Nuffin's gonna narrow his eyes at Eurydice and Lila for a second.
Eurydice's gonna step up. And she's gonna say, "Look, I'm sorry that you don't remember, but..." And she's gonna cast Suggestion.
Oh my god, you guys are terrible people!
You failed the first time, and y'all got that, and now you're doing it again to completely confirm all suspicions.
I don't want to hear
Okay,
anybody
let's go
give
to jail
Alfie
right
shit
now.
for being a terrible person, because he's Knight of the fucking Year right now.
Well, she's gonna cast it and say, "But we really need to perform this spell so that we can fully understand what happened. And you should let us do that."
Okay. So 13 plus 5, that's an 18.
Fuck.
It was a 9 plus 5 earlier for a 14, which is barely failed.
Does she look upset with us?
Very much so. She says,
Okay.
"Actually, you know what? You can stay here, because I'm going to call the guards and have you arrested for trying to use magic on a member of the clergy."
I think there has been a significant misunderstanding.
You can see her get ready to cast a spell, which some of you would recognize as sending.
We are leaving right now. Again, like I said, we are simply trying to help this family, and
And you
It
thought to
seems
help
though-
this family by using magic to manipulate a sister of Palor. Is that truly what you want me to believe?
it seems as though my friends may have gotten ahead of themselves. We are leaving, and we apologize. Right, ladies?
Yes? Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
nodding.
Again, my lady, we are very sorry. We didn't mean any of it. We are just trying to help out. Let's leave.
Yes,
It's
your
gonna, like,
apology
kick
is
Twig by the
noted.
hand.
The guards will be waiting for you when you exit.
Fuck. Nalfian's gonna go up the stairs.
I'm just... Yeah, I don't have anything for this, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no shit! As we get up the
I'm
stairs,
speechless.
Nalfian's gonna look at Lila and Eurydice. Are we gonna talk about this or what?
I
She's
Okay,
like,
I'm
what?
sorry.
Years old, we couldn't just ask nicely, and if she said no, fuck it, we'll go talk to the dude. What is this all about?
I mean, she was already doing what she could do to help us. I don't think we needed to do that.
Nalfian and Twig, mom, dad mode right now. Hands on hips.
I just
I'm
thought
sorry.
the extra push would help us. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then I panicked because I thought we needed to do that ritual so we could see. So then I tried, and obviously that didn't.
Uh-huh. Alright, I get it. But clearly we weren't getting anywhere with that. But maybe this isn't a bad thing. We can talk to this captain and maybe he'll give us something. Just, if you're gonna cast spells on people, make sure we're all aware of what the hell's happening.
Oh, she was aware. She's gonna point to Eurydice.
Right, but it was very quick. I was gonna let you know later because she was right there. So I didn't want to mention that we cast a spell on her while she was right there.
Okay. So as all of you exit outside of the temple, you can see that there are 8 guards outside the temple.
Uh-huh.
One guard steps forward and says, "All of you are placed under arrest for manipulating the minds using magic of a member of the clergy.
Alright. Friend. Buddy, pal.
Get them in chains,
now-
take them to the jail."
Fuck.
I think there was clearly a misunderstanding here. If you talk to anybody in town, specifically Talia, what is her last name? Talitha? What's her last name, Joe?
Talitha?
Her name's just Talitha?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sure.
Guess what?
Okay, that's fine.
No.
If you speak
Renfear.
Renfear, there we go.
If you speak to Talitha Renfear, I'm sure she can handle all of this. We're actually working for, was it Richcliffe? Everyone's names.
Upcliff.
No, I was like,
Upcliff.
What? What cliff?
Upcliff.
Upcliff. Okay.
Upcliff.
We're currently working for Lady Upcliff, trying to investigate the murder of her husband. That is the only reason why we are here. There was a misunderstanding, and I think if you contact them, it'll clear this whole matter up.
Yes, we will. While all of you are sitting in a prison cell, we'll contact them, and if you're proven innocent, that this is what you were truly willing, that what you were really doing, then there should be no problem, and you'll be released from prison. But for now, the way that it looks to us, all of you are trying to tamper with an investigation.
Tamper with an investigation. We are solving the investigation. Again, I think you should contact these people before making another move.
And we will contact them after you come with us. Or, if you'd prefer, we can take you by force, but you are ending up in a prison cell, some way or another, immediately.
Nelthian, I think it's okay, because we're not doing anything wrong. It's just gonna put a little bit of time back, I guess, but
Right.
we're gonna be okay. We didn't do anything wrong.
You can escort us to your holding cell. And when you contact the right people, sure you're not gonna be, your superiors aren't gonna be too happy with you. But sure, let's go.
With
Ralphie
that,
is not happy. And he will refuse to let them put any chains on Twig.
they
can
don't.
walk.
As
Okay, good.
the 4 of them, so there's 8 of them, they walk in a sort of column of 4 on each side of you, escorting you to the jail.
But Yuri's so panicking.
He is giving you guys the shittiest looks right now.
Lila's talking to the guard she's closest to, and she's gonna be like, I've never been arrested before. This is really new for me. There's been a lot of new things for me recently, and I'm trying to go with it just like casually, but it's just been one thing after. She's gonna keep just talking.
It's amazing.
She's like not scared because she doesn't think they're doing anything wrong, and nothing is set in for her yet.
Guard ignores you.
Well, she's gonna keep going.
Alrighty. So with that, all of you are taken from the rainy streets, eventually taken to a building adjacent to the House of Law, prison. All of you are taken inside as the rain stops. The stilts, cloaks, and your weapons are set off to the side on a table where you can see them, but you are put into cells.
What? Oh my god. They're so extra.
dear
They're so
lord.
extra.
Do they take my book?
We were pretty sketched to be
They're
fair.
not taking shit from me. Sorry, I'm aggressive. I'm
Are
annoyed.
you
What are they trying to do? Like, could you be a little bit
What
more
are they
clear as to
taking?
what's happening? Yeah.
Any type of thing that could be considered magical now that they know that you are magical, that you have magic. So that would include any tomes, books, amulets, things that could be used as arcane focuses, right? This is a
Hey,
a fantasy
You son of a
world, and
bitch.
they understand how magic works, so they're not gonna let a book slide. Also, any type of weapon, ammunition, bolt, anything like that, it's all put on a table in front of the cell because they know that, at least as of right now, the one thing that you have done is, I mean, it wasn't anything harmfully aggressive. So they just want to, as a safety precaution, remove them from you after they put you into the cell. But they're still within eye visibility. They're just not within arm's reach.
are they within 30 feet?
No.
No.
Fuck!
No, you've done enough.
You've done enough.
As soon as we get here, Nelthian's gonna be like, all right, I need to speak with what? Captain Ravi? No.
Captain Ravi is very busy.
Yeah, clearly not busy enough. We're doing his job for him. Where is he? Because this is ridiculous.
The guard just kind of blinks at you.
What, are you not gonna do your own job now either? I thought you were supposed to be contacting Talitha.
Someone's doing that. I am doing my job. Watching criminals.
Wow. You're amazing at it.
Thanks.
Malkian, please just leave him alone. I don't think we're not cause any more trouble.
Suggest you listen to your daughter there. Let alone something bad should happen to you in here.
Oh, Nelthian's face is just... He is literally just like grinding his teeth, and he will say nothing.
Did they lock us in a cell?
Yeah.
Oh, Yuri's freaking out.
Yeah,
He's
you
like-
guys did criminal activity.
Right, okay.
Half the party is innocent here.
You could have
Okay.
said it was those two, but no, you didn't.
She was... Okay. She was fine until they locked the door. And then she started freaking out.
Hey,
At that
guys,
point...
it's really gonna be okay.
Is it?
We,
Okay. Are you sure?
yes, because okay, so yes, what we did morally gray. We'll admit that 100%. But we were
It was just
At least
great. It was
I-
wrong.
yes, and I personally just got. I was like, I can do something to help and push us in the right direction. It's just my train of thought, which was the wrong train of thought. So, but once everything's explained, like we really didn't do anything wrong, in my opinion.
It's fine. We'll get this out. It'll be fine. We
You're
didn't
at
do
a-
anything wrong.
You're at
It's
the-
fine. Mm-hmm.
Breathe. Just
Or if anything, if we can, I can contact my family and I can pay our way out. It's really gonna be okay.
I just don't like being locked in a room. That's the... I'm fine.
You're at a seat. Relax. If we wanted to break out of here, we could. But we're playing by their rules now. You're fine.
Oh, what if they take our names? Oh, that's not good.
They have no reason to do that.
Well, if they're
As
asking
soon
about
as-
us, then they need to know our names at some point, right?
You told Talitha what you told us about your name. As soon as they do their damn jobs, it'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to relax because if they see you like this, they will use that against you.
Okay. I should
Sit
just start
down.
to try and breathe.
Yeah. He's gonna like literally pull her down to sit.
Mm-hmm.
Next time I get more than one drink, I don't want any of you giving me shit.
Fine. That is totally warranted. That is fine.
I wouldn't give you any shit for that.
Just Gil looks at her like, okay, well, great. Alright, so while we're here, might as well brainstorm, right?
No, we didn't really gain any more information. I mean,
You
we
don't
did.
say. All right. I mean, if
Hold on, real quick. And then she'll go to the guard, or like at least get closer to the cage thing. What is that called? Bars? The bars! And like, just ask him, so what's your name?
He just looks down at you.
Okay, that's fair. We don't gotta share names. I'm just, feel like, you probably do this all day, just waiting and watching, and just kind of want to strike up conversation, I know that you guys just got some recent, like, changes in management, and I know that can be stressful. I know, like, there's been a lot of changes in my life right now, specifically this, and she's gonna point to the bars and everything. So just kind of wanted to, see how you were doing with
Let me
everything.
ask you a question. Have you ever been to the Leaky Cup? It's a tavern here in the city.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Okay. Well, I go there pretty frequently, and that's where I do a lot of my talking, so that way I don't have to do it here. So I recommend you look into a place like that.
Oh, maybe I'll see you there then. And she'll kind of lean on the grate. Was that an invitation?
Lila, how's that working out for you?
It's doing really good. Just give me like 5 more minutes.
All right.
He looks to the other guard that's across the gate. I'll be right back. Walks away.
She'll whip back around. Well, never mind. Thought we were going to gain more information that way.
Seemed like it was a perfectly solid plan.
Nothing is clapping.
People here are just mean and sad.
Yeah.
I mean, he does currently think we are criminals.
Barely.
Still proven guilty, technically.
Oh, you know you're guilty.
Really? That's not been proven.
You're right, I see. Okay. Nalfin is like impatiently tapping his foot.
I like how I think my favorite thing is the assumption of due process in a fantasy world.
I have the right to a speedy trial.
I have the right to remain silent.
Cannot be
Why
tried
would we
twice
refuse?
for the same crime.
I've been sat here looking through my spells and being like, well, I'm not gonna pull any
No
more
more
shit.
spells. No more
Yeah,
spells.
please not.
You guys sit down. How long have we been waiting, Joe? In here?
About 45 minutes now.
They suck at their jobs. No one's come down and said anything yet?
Not yet, no.
Are you sure you don't want me to look? I can look through the walls. I can see what's
I
happening.
want you to do no more magic on any of these people. Can you not message Talitha yourself?
No, I can't do that. That's not one of my things. I'm sorry.
Lila, is that something you can do?
Not without my amulet, no.
Alright. Great.
If anyone wants to become an animal, I can do that, but
You're
that's not very helpful.
We are
Wait,
not...
like a small animal?
Lila, Eurydice, listen.
Well, yes, technically.
He's putting his
She's looking at the size of the bars.
Alright, listen.
There's
No.
still like 4 guards in here. They're just away from the.
Delphine
would've
is
whispered
literally
it.
like looking at both of them with his hands in their faces. No more magic.
I mean, I'm comfortable waiting.
Alright. Eurydice?
Yeah.
No more magic.
I know, it's just that magic is kind of
Adds
what I do.
Yeah, well, it's also what got us in here.
Technically, it was a priestess who was very unhappy with us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Alright.
She just sits down.
After about an hour, not an hour after that, but about an hour total, you can start to hear footsteps heavy footfalls. This click, 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 click on the stone tile. And down the hallway, there is just this sort of moat of darkness, as the torchlight seems to have gone out there, and you can see the small flash of light, maybe some type of match. Then eventually that small bout of flame is shooken out, and you can see this one tiny little beam of red kind of hanging in the air, and then a poof of smoke come out. As you can see, moving through the darkness is a man with darker olive-colored skin, sort of thin, like 5 o'clock shadow, tousled black hair, wearing nicer clothes, smoking on a cigarette as he makes his way through. So he sort of takes a... So, this is what we got here, huh? You all had a place to be, I guess. Needed to see something important.
And you are?
Detective William Alderman. It's great to meet you.
Wonderful. I assume Talitha and Lady Upcliff have been contacted, right?
They have. That's the only reason I'm standing here right now.
Wonderful. I'd love to continue this conversation on the other side of these bars.
All right. Just answer me a couple of questions, and then we can have the rest of the conversation out here.
Go on.
All right. Thank you for cooperating. I appreciate it greatly. So, obviously, from what Talitha and Amadra informed me of, you're investigating a little something. What is that thing that you're investigating?
The death of her husband, Richard.
How'd he die, you think?
What is this guy's vibe? Go ahead, sorry.
No. Are you trying to insight him?
Yeah, I am. But you can continue talking as I do so.
Okay. She's gonna say, well, we think it was poison, but while trying to figure out, or a more confirmed cause of death, we ended up in here, so not entirely sure.
Got it. Very hard man to read. Yeah, he is an enigma, that's for sure. But it was poison. It's very interesting. You know, as the report says now, it was suicide.
Yeah, well, most people don't drink poison, change their mind halfway through, and try to claw at their throat, now do they? Especially when you have a list of people who don't, like you too much.
That is a very good point. Unlock the cage. We're gonna go on a walk. And, no need to tell Captain Ravi about this. And he kind of flicks the cigarette onto the ground and just sort of stomps on it and squishes it out. Walk with me, will you? And with that, the guards come over. They unlock the gate. What, putting my cigarette out here or taking you all with me?
What, the ladder?
It's okay, don't worry about it. And you can see the guards are listening to what he has to say. I have quite the sway around here, so if Captain Ravi gets upset, he'll bring it up with me. But as far as I'm concerned, you all are free to go. I just want to have a little conversation.
Name? You never gave us your name.
Detective William Alderman.
And if he did, I am stupid and didn't write it down, so thank you.
I'm pretty sure he did, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, I'm just dumb. Sorry. Thank you.
You're good.
I wrote it down this time. I was too busy, making a face at the way he was talking, so.
What do you mean?
Elliot does not like people that try to be cooler than him, okay?
Do you think he walked in and he was like, yes, my old enemy.
Come on, guys,
From the
we know
school
Nelly
of
is very
cool.
insecure. You can't
Yeah.
get respect about these things.
Hey, man. Knighthood is a very sensitive thing, okay? Anyway, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to disrupt. Got his name now. But Nalfi will take his all his things back and then follow.
Okay. Alrighty. Yep. You guys take all your stuff, strap it all on, and you begin to walk around the prison, eventually exiting with Detective William Alderman. So with that, the sounds of the rain come back as you exit back out in to West Hollow. That hood's pulled up, stilts on, beginning to walk through the muck. So, I'm walking alongside next to all of you. So, if I'm being entirely honest, now that we are away from prying ears and prying eyes, I think all of you are really onto something. Had the same thought myself, thought it was a little too cut and dry. It's very obvious to me that Captain Ravi did not want me there. As by the time that I arrived in the Upcliff estate, the body was already gone. Guards were posted outside, and I could hear a widow wailing from the inside.
He also instructed, which is why we had so much trouble and ended up in jail as well, is for the sister in the Paler's temple to not let anyone see the body, which I thought was suspicious. And he locked up the widow or tried to keep her in place, and she had to escape herself. Also weird.
Very odd indeed. Very odd indeed. What did you want to see the body for?
I can actually cast a spell and see what a person who's passed away saw last. And that's all I wanted to see, so that I could see, if there was anyone present, or even if it was the poison itself or what. All
right. Sounds like it's worth a try. Here's what I'll do. Can only do this with one of you, so I suppose it'll have to be her. I can get my hands on a little something to make it easier for you to get in there. I have a way where I can, well, using my position of privilege, I can get myself down there to look at the body. Ask to have a moment alone with it. And all the meanwhile, you are invisible. Is that something you can do?
I can also cast silence on myself so they don't hear me. I've actually done this before.
Wouldn't take very much time, right? I could maybe only get a minute or two alone with the body before
That's plenty.
Sister starts to get a little upset. Good. Good.
Just a quick question, as we're exchanging pleasantries and all that. There any reason why the captain doesn't have any love for you?
Well, needless to say, Captain Ravi had some extended family come in. Well, apparently he didn't know a few things about what they were getting up to inside West Hollow, and, well, got down to the bottom of it, and I busted them for some illegal trafficking. And while he was more than happy to see them locked away, there may have been a bit of a scuffle where a cousin of his didn't make it out of there. Thought that I acted too boldly, too brashly. The fact that I went and talked to Richard directly and didn't talk to him at all was kind of an issue to him. He was deputy after all.
So, is there any reason in your mind why you think that maybe Ravi would want to take care of Richard himself?
Listen, I don't like to poke my nose in other people's business, especially when it's not related to a case. But what I can tell you right now is there was some funny business going on at that house. Every once in a while, I'd be making my patrols in the evening, and, well, I'd see Deputy Ravi make his way over to the Upcliff estate.
Sorry. And for what exactly?
Not exactly sure. All I know is that it only ever happened
When Richard wasn't home.
when Amadra wasn't home.
Ooh!
I see.
Even hotter, even spicier.
Yeah, Nelfia, like, makes that connection. Alright, well. Sounds like a motive to me if I ever heard one. But who's to say, right? That's what we're here for.
Like I said, don't like to poke my nose in other people's business, but now seems like it might be related to the case.
Yeah, well, Nelfia will put his hands over Twig's ears. Seems like there's a lot of poking around going on. Thank you, Joe, for laughing at that. I heard you and it didn't pick up the mic.
That was also William laughing.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great.
You're a funny guy, you know that?
Yeah, I get told that often.
Yeah. All right, well,
And then he'll uncover Twig's ears.
well, with that, why don't we head back to this?
You don't know what was that. Carry on.
Well, then I think with that we should probably head to this temple and see what our dearest William saw last. Shall we?
Let's do it.
So with that, going back the way you came, but now with a new ally. So look,
Thank God.
being thrown in prison wasn't that bad after all.
Worked out.
You made a friend.
I did a good thing. You're welcome.
Well,
I mean, a friend at school
no,
today.
let's not go that far.
It's great.
so you make your way back to the temple, and as soon as you get to the climbing up some of the stone steps, William looks back to you, Lila, and says, "All right, whenever you're ready, sweetheart, we'll head in there and we'll take care of this."
Let's do it. And she'll cast silence on herself.
Okay. Alrighty. So,
And he's casting invisibility on her, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
so
Yeah, and then, like, the rest of the gang, I guess, will just kind of hang out outside, right?
yep, kind of waiting in the rain, which isn't
Yeah.
right, but
Yeah.
alrighty. So, taps you on the shoulder and visibility. So, William walks in through the door and he says, "Ah, look who it is. Sister Nalia. Well, I'm so happy to see you. Listen, I hate to bother you. I know that you're very busy on this," and he looks around the empty temple, rainy night, "but I'm needing a little help. Afraid that Captain Ravi found out that there were people that came in here earlier, and he wanted me to come check on the body, make sure it wasn't tampered with at all. You wouldn't mind showing me down there, would you?" And Sister Nalia kind of sighs. "Yes, I can do that. I don't know what came over me," as she just continues to walk down the stairs, heading down. I told them that I wasn't going to let them down, and then for some reason I just blinked and we were down there, and the cloth was off of him, and I was just very confused. Well, you know, happens to the best of us, sister. Don't worry about it. You know what they say about those magic-y types, right? I can never trust them. Yes, and she unlocks the door, opens it, and she's just kind of standing in the doorway, Lila, so you can't really get through. And William kind of looks back at the door and says, "Tell me again, sister, where was the body again? I'm sorry, my memory these past few days, the rain, the moisture, I don't know what it is. It's just being all over the place." Yes. And she walks out of the doorway, makes it easy for you to come in, points him over towards where the body is. And William looks back, after a few moments, kind of counting in his head, and then says, well, sister, I hope you take this in the way that it's intended, but I gotta do this alone. Gotta make sure the body wasn't tampered with, and it takes a lot of focus from me, so if it's all right with you, I'm gonna need you to scram, all right? I'll be back up momentarily. Of course. And she heads up, shuts the door behind her. With that, visibility fades, and he says, all right, well, do your magic.
All right. And she will take the cloth off him, put her hand over where his heart used to be, and then when she casts it, her eyes change colors to whatever his eye color was and sees whatever he last saw. Also, if there was a gaze attack, I will get attacked. I'm assuming it wasn't, but
Oh, wouldn't that be rough?
that would be.
Okay, let me see. Let me go
So
to...
I can read it.
if you want to read it just real quick, just so I know exactly what it says.
Okay, so yeah, when you touch his corpse, when you touch a corpse that still has at least one eye partially intact, and cast a spell, you see a still image of whatever the last thing the corpse saw, and get a brief image of the cause of death. If the target died then the rest is like if they were blind or if it was a gaze attack. But that's basically it. So it's a still image of whatever they last saw and a brief image of the cause of death.
Okay. So immediately you get that feeling of your throat closing, where obviously it's such a short period of time that it doesn't cause any damage to you, but you do know that suffocation was the thing that did kill him. And in terms of a last image, as you open your eyes and look, your eyes change to that sort of like dull grayish blue color that his were. And you're looking up, you can see the fireplace off to one side, the fanciful decorated ceiling, chandeliers and lights hanging from it. You can see long black hair drenched over a face. You can see this sort of like deep tan skin. You can see the features eventually begin to sharpen, the features of a man's face. And this horrified look on his face. And that man looks a little something like this.
He looks nice.
So that's the last image that you see. That face, just horrified.
I saw someone, but they looked scared. It didn't look malicious or anything.
You want to describe the person you saw?
Yeah, and she will. The whole long black hair, deep tan skin, a man, and like the color of his eyes and everything.
Well,
even what he was wearing.
Yeah. Well.
But he was poisoned. He suffocated.
Well, then I think I know who that was. It's Captain Ravi, for sure. There's no one else in the city that looks like him. That's for sure.
But I don't know if he killed him. He just might have been there when it happened.
Maybe could be, but I've seen it before. Sometimes when people plot a murder, they have it all planned out in their head, and they eventually go to pull the trigger. They go to execute the plan. They have that moment where they realize that it's too late to go back. They get scared. I don't know. I feel like I need a little more evidence one way or another. Because listen, and I'm gonna tell your friends the same thing too, but if the plan here is to accuse Captain Ravi, we can't just have hearsay to go off of. We need hard evidence.
Right. No, that makes sense. But I don't even know. I'd like to meet him and see how he even talks about the death. Just, Because if it's not him, then we're just barking up the wrong tree.
That's a good point. All right, well, we better get going before Sister Nalia comes back down here and wonders what I'm doing.
Right.
With that, he'll cover the body back up with the cloth, tap your shoulder again, cast invisibility.
All right, casting silence. Woo.
And with that, you head back upstairs. He gives a nod and a little salute to Sister Nalia as eventually the two of you head out into the temple and inform the rest of the party as to what you saw. And on that note, that's where we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break. And when we come back, I guess we'll see what happens. You know, this is a lot of fun.
Woo.
Woo. Yeah. Alrighty. Thanks so much for watching so far. I'll go to a break and we'll be right back.
So we are back. So let's go ahead and dive in. So picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers had found themselves investigating the murder of Captain of the Guard, Captain of the Guard Richard Upcliffe. Now, they were originally told of this potential murder by Richard's wife, Amardra. Now, Amardra had given them 3 potential suspects, that of the current Captain of the Guard, the man who replaced Richard, that of a thief who had been put away, or a brigand who had been put away by Richard many years ago, who had just recently been released from prison, and a blacksmith. Blacksmith who had actually been put out of business because of a decision that former Captain Upcliffe had made. Now, the party, after some investigation and some questioning, they are fairly confident that Ravi, the current Captain of the Guard, is the most likely suspect. That is aided by the meeting of an NPC by the name of Detective William. Now, Detective William Alderman was able to help the party when they were in a moment of need by removing them from prison, which they had wound up in by the actions of some magical party members. Detective William was able to get them back into the same temple where they were trying to get into, so Lila could cast a spell in order to see what Richard's last image was before he died. And a last image was found. Last image of Captain Ravi, current Captain Ravi, over Richard's body, looking down at him with a horrified expression on his face. So, with that, you exit out of the temple with William, the invisibility fades, and you reunite with your party. As you approach, William, flipping his hood up, approaches the party alongside Lila and says, "Well, seems as though, Lila did discover something. Lila, you want to share what you saw?"
Yeah, so his cause of death definitely was suffocation, but his last image was of a man that looks, I guess, a lot like Captain Ravi. I described him to William, and William said that sounds just like him. But the thing is, he seemed scared. Not like, proud or anything. So, I don't know. Makes me feel kind of weird about it. Almost like he didn't know it was going to happen.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe he didn't. I mean, who's to say? Because he was there when it happened. Maybe someone else planted the poison. Maybe they drank it without realizing what exactly they were drinking.
I mean,
It is very possible it wasn't him.
yeah, but if they were drinking from the same thing, why isn't Captain Ravi in a similar position?
But we don't know if they were.
I think we need to talk to Captain Ravi. Maybe Richard took a drink first, and I don't know. If whatever was going on between the two of them, you would think seeing his good friend die would have a not so good effect on him. But he did seem to gladly take the position, or so we hear. I think a conversation with him is going to prove a lot more useful than just speculation.
Yeah. Right.
Let's go say hi.
Right, listen, but if that's the case, according to Captain Ravi, this case is open and shut as suicide. So, if that's what we're going to say here, then that means what you all need to go talk to Captain Ravi about needs to be something not related to this case. Because if he's so ready for it to be open and shut as suicide, we need a little something different that you all need to talk about.
We can talk about why we were wrongfully put in jail. And then once we get him alone, we can actually talk to him about what we really want to.
And
Maybe?
we'll actually know.
All right. Very well. Well then. What are we waiting for? Let's get on down there. Okay. So, with that, you make your way from the temple within the city of West Hollow, and you make your way to the lawman's home. So the House of Law within West Hollow. Now, let me go ahead and... Okay. So, as you make your way there, once again, the rain is endless. Mud getting caked around right around the edges of your shoes as the stilts, the closer and closer you get to the center of town, seem to sink deeper and deeper and deeper in. Till eventually, right before you reach the exact center of town, almost the entire road is on like elevated platforms, sort of that are just kind of like hung and connected together by chains and metal poles that jam down deep into the ground. At this point, you're just sort of walking on top of the stilts, making your way until eventually you get to the law, the House of Law within within West Hollow. So, right before you enter, Detective William will just look behind to all of you and just say, now remember, I took you all in here by force, all right? You were so eloquent in your debating that I thought that you had something that needed to be said, and it needed to be said directly to Captain Ravi. So we came straight here from the prison, okay?
Mm-hmm. Got it.
All right. So, with that, you enter into the House of Law. The rain behind you ceases. As you can see, there are tons of guards in here. Just sort of look up at this new group entering. And there are some moans and groans from people as they see William enter. And he smiles at them, kind of gives them like a little finger gun, like, hey, love you too. Wow. Right. Okay. So with that, he makes his way to the back, sort of gesturing with his head for you to follow him, and knocks on a door at the very back of the lawman's house. Captain Ravi, I have some important information I'd like to share with you pertaining to the case at the temple. And you can hear a chair sort of screech, and a voice come back from behind. Ah, that would be very nice. Please. And he opens the door. Come in. And gives the group of you a polite smile as you enter into Ravi's office. And all of you at that point are now able to get a good look at Captain Ravi. Definitely dressed more formally than what you had seen in your sort of last image of Richard, but definitely still the same man. So, I take it then all of you are the ones who went into the temple. Off to a good start, yeah.
Sorry, my cookies were going off.
Yep, that was us. And not only do we want to apologize, but also just kind of explain that we weren't trying to do anything malicious.
All right. So then what were you trying to do in there? You were trying to look at the body, and from what was told to my guards, it was specifically the former captain's body.
And is it just us in the room with him, or is he? Okay.
Yeah, it is just you all, William, and the captain of the guard, Captain Ravi.
Yes, we did, because we had reason to suspect that it wasn't suicide. And I think you know that too. Just kind of like narrowing her eyes at him.
So bold words.
We just wanted to help and get to the bottom of everything. And we've heard that you guys were close before his death as well, friends.
See
I'm
his
assuming
eyes.
this was hard for you.
His eyes kind of narrow at you. Tell me, who put you up to this? Or were you just a good Samaritan wanting to do your part and investigate? Because I don't ever remember seeing you around town before.
Yeah, we did just kind of stumble in, and we kind of stumbled upon it, and maybe we are just poking our noses where they shouldn't be. But
It's our job to do good. And Talitha and Lady Upcliff wanted us to look into it. And if there is somebody who is in the need of help, we're gonna help them. And if you're close to Richard, which it seems as though you were, I'm sure you want to be able to know the truth as well.
I do know the truth. It was suicide.
could I make an insight check?
Yeah, make an
Can I,
insight check.
can I make one as well?
Oh, join the inside check group.
Oh.
Okay, that's a 21.
Oh, there's no point. Now mine's a 16.
Yeah, mine was a natural one, so.
I know we're not wanting to do any more magic and stuff, but I do have magic, Zone of Truth. I know. I know. I'm not casting it, but just putting that one out there.
Yeah, I'll put it back.
Put it back. Return.
Okay. Lila, you get the feeling that he doesn't believe that either. But there's a reason. That you can tell that there's a very clear reason as to why that he's not saying what he thinks is the truth.
Were you close with his wife at all? Since you were close with him, I assume you would be, but how well did you know her? Or do you know her?
Madra is a kindly woman. She would always bring food or baked goods for the guards. She was a perfect wife for him.
I don't want to do an insight check on everything, but could we insight that?
Yeah, I'm gonna insight check everything he's saying.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Oh, that was much better.
Okay, that's a 26.
26?
I don't think I have anything. No, that's just straight roll. 16.
16? Okay. Nalfian, yeah, there's It seems genuine to you. Lila, to you, it's not everything. It's like half genuine.
Mhm.
So, let's say he did commit suicide. Let's say that is actually what happened. And you were pretty close with him and he had a wonderful, perfect wife for him. What was the reason? Was he sad? Did he have a bad life? Besides this? I mean, he's captain of the guard, doing well in his job. And now that you have this role, you can tell us yourself how stressful it could be, if it is.
Richard was a very nice man. And as fondly as I did know him, he was too kind for this job. For example, a man who killed, 5, 6 people, poisoned them with widow's wail, was only imprisoned for 5 years. Went through a behavioral readjustment program and was released. It was said that he would no longer be a menace to society. Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if that same man does exactly what he did before. Time and time again.
Have you looked into it then? The possibility of that man being the reason, or even doing other things, maybe even connected to this murder itself? I'm assuming you'd want to know since he's your friend. And was your boss for a very long time.
Yes. But as I said, there's no reason to look into it. Because it was a suicide. There's no ulterior motives, and I know it to be true.
Now, do you mind if I
Because
step in here for a second, my friend?
of this. And he'll reach down into a cabinet and pull out a small folded piece of parchment with a wax seal that has been broken.
Well, fuck me. Take it over. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
That's it. It was just a piece of parchment with a wax seal broken, and he just slides it across the desk. You don't think it's a suicide, then you can read that. And know the truth.
Lila will open it so that everyone can look at it, and they can all read it.
Yeah, and as you go through it, this is a suicide note.
Saying what exactly?
How stressful the job is, how stressed Richard is at home between managing his home life, and the one line that you do read that is out of place, or I don't know, not out of place, but says that with the pressure of never being what Amardra wanted him to be, and just wanting an out, wanting an escape, that he didn't deserve this position of privilege he had, and he needed to be punished for it. And he at least wanted to spend his last few moments happy.
Yuri's gonna immediately look up. She's gonna say, and this is definitely his handwriting.
Yes, I've double and triple checked many of his papers that I found. I found it above the mantelpiece. after I found his body. After Amardra had come to the law house this morning.
So, if he wrote this note, if he wanted to end his life, can you maybe explain why we found scuff marks in his house and his guest window, as if someone had come and go through a window multiple times? Kind of strange, don't you think? Suspect, at least.
Can see Captain Robbie begin to blush a little. That is strange, but sorry, I don't think that I have any knowledge of what that may have been.
We even need to insight check that one.
Nope. Alfred's gonna lean forward and be like, I don't mean to be rude at all, and I'm gonna preface this with all due respect. Lila here saw some things, and some people we've talked to around town during this investigation may have said some things. Let's just say, hypothetically, your relationship with Richard was more than just friends and partners. Hypothetically. And let's also say, hypothetically, his wife did not know about this. And hypothetically, it was you going in and out of that window. Hypothetically, of course. What would you say to that?
I would say that these are accusations you lay before the captain of the guard. These are things that you say that have no hard proof. They are accusations with no grounds from travelers who haven't been in the city for more than 24 hours, maybe 48.
Alright.
Insight check.
You know what?
Just in case.
You're right. But if a traveler who's not been in the city more than 24 hours can pick up on even just a slight rumor, a hint of a feeling, don't you think other people in town who've lived here their whole life would have picked up on a lot more?
There are rumors about everything.
All
The
right.
thing about
I'm
the
not gonna
rumors
push you.
is they go away eventually.
Alright, I'm not gonna push you on it. It's just interesting is all. And, again, hypotheticals, friend. That would give some tension amongst parties. Is that enough for somebody to want to take their own life for? I don't know. Is it enough for somebody to take someone's life? I don't know. And I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just talking in hypotheticals here. You seem to care a lot about him. So does his wife. Somewhere along the way, Richard didn't find his life so happy. There's obviously a disconnect somewhere. And if there is any information that you would be willing to share that could help us, we want to... You say suicide. Something's not sitting right. If everybody truly believed that, we wouldn't be here right now. And Alfie's not trying to be a dick. He's just trying to
Yeah.
talk his way through
Make,
this.
make a persuasion
Okay.
check.
Okay. He's not trying to be rude.
No, yeah, no, I get you.
Aim. I rolled a 16, but I know I have stuff from Persuasion. Sorry, hold on. D&D Beyond closed. Okay. 19.
You see him kind of swallow for a second and breathe. You, I just have a quick question.
Alright, go for it.
These rumors, these, things that you heard, how did you get started on all of this?
Man, I don't want to throw that guy under the bus. I mean, well, my friend Lila here, you were the last that she saw when she looked through his eyes. You know, that's pretty incriminating within itself, but then...
No, how did you start investigating this? You said you wanted to do good.
Right, well, we visiting Talitha when Mrs. Offcliffe decided to pay us a visit, clearly upset and claiming that her husband didn't commit suicide, and asked us to help look into it. And that's where it all started. How does he react to that?
Not well.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a sort of furrow in the brow and a tightness to the lips. And that's something that you would definitely pick up on with the 13 as well.
13. Oh. Is that not something you were expecting? I mean, woman has a right to know for sure the 100% cause of death of her husband. And if she wasn't accepting suicide as an answer, I mean, did she see this letter? Is that a no?
She saw what was necessary.
Well, that's interesting. So you're not showing her everything. Captain, I'm not trying to incriminate you. You're doing it yourself, my friend. I am just trying to get to the bottom of this.
But what Nalfian's saying is valid, but I saw your eyes when I saw through his eyes. If we can help you too, we do want to do good. We mean that.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage because you and Nalfian are doing a good cop, bad cop thing here.
Try teamwork, baby. I don't think I'm being a bad cop.
No, but you're also not being a good cop.
Okay.
It is a 12.
Okay, 12.
Just asking the hard questions over here. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do. But as I said before, time and time again, the case is open and close. There is a note, there is reason behind it, and as much as it hurts me to know that he could do something like this, the least I can do for him is make sure that his secret is safe.
His secret. Is he like implying them? Is that what he's saying, or just?
Yeah,
Or am I
that's kind of.
stupid?
No.
Okay.
That's the vibe I was picking up.
Okay. All right. Nothing's just gonna stand, and he's gonna say, again, not trying to be a dick, but I guess being bad cop. You know, I was married once, and I would not, if I had the choice, would not rest until that person responsible, well, I think you know what I mean. I don't have that choice. But I get the feeling you do. People would be killed to be in your shoes. But if you're done here, we're gonna go and try to find out the rest of this information. He's gonna like turn and look at everyone else. Anything else? Are we done here?
Let us know if you change your mind. We'll be happy to talk again. But no, I don't think I have anything else.
Yuri won't say anything now, but like, kind of as they go, she will message to Captain Ravi. And she'll say, you loved him. So you know what's important here, but just consider what he would want. Really? And that's all.
He'll respond in the message. He would want evidence or a confession.
Okay, that's something.
As soon as they're like outside and not in the building anymore, Lila's just gonna put her hands on her hips and be like, "Oh my gosh, he was so in love with him, wasn't he?"
Absolutely, you could tell.
Oh, it breaks my heart. This poor guy.
Yeah, and the whole like climbing in through the window and like climbing up through. It's kind of romantic.
It is, but it does make me wonder about Amandra, though.
Yeah.
You think she knows?
Should we question her? I feel like that would be really weird.
It would be, but
Yeah,
I did message Captain Ravi, and he said that what Richard would want was evidence or a confession. So, I don't know.
Well, clearly, the person who is behind this had to have been close with him, had to have easy access. But there was no forced entry. I mean, I don't want to just count out the rest of these names, but why would Richard just let any of the others just walk on into his home?
Well, also, she knows so much about people who didn't like him and knows how to point us. I mean, the poisoner has been brought up multiple different times, and I guess it wouldn't hurt to question him, but it does make me think, like, is he just a scapegoat? Is it easy to frame him because that's what was used? And she would know. She would know about him. But also, maybe we can ask about purchases, about the IXI. Maybe there's traces back to somebody.
Right.
Maybe.
I worry that if we press too hard on her, she might retaliate. This is obviously very sensitive for everyone involved, and as we saw in there, he shut down. Which, you know, understandable. This is hard. Especially when you love someone. I get it. But if we don't have strong enough evidence, I fear she will just... It'll end up biting us in the ass if we
And
don't
she-
approach it carefully.
Right. And she could get us in trouble again. She could use the fact that we were snooping against us and say that she never wanted us to. You know, our word against hers, a grieving widow.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. I think what you two were saying about maybe looking into Gregor and just seeing maybe he knows who else in town is selling this or where they could get it from. I mean, if he is the one who brought it in town originally, maybe he knows who took up his business when he went behind bars.
Right.
And if anything,
There's always the possibility that he's continued his business.
that's
and
true.
might be going directly to, well, getting an answer of who bought it.
That's also true. We can cross him off the list if nothing turns out. But Twig's right, maybe he's still selling the stuff. You said that he's like bouncing around inns. Is there like one that seems pretty popular that we've noticed as we've been walking around, Joe?
Yeah.
Is the Leaky Cup one of them? The one that the guard mentioned?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. The Leaky Cup seems to be one of the more popular ones, especially when it's raining.
He's probably there too.
You can get that drink with him.
Mm-hmm.
We'll head
Chat him
that way.
up.
You what now?
But wasn't it the seedier, more like sketchy ones, or was it popular ones?
He
Sketchy
said
ones, yeah.
If he's
Yeah.
a criminal, then and he's killed people, then maybe the seedy ones.
Yeah, I feel like going to the popular one, especially if like the guards frequent it, like I don't know if that'd
Yeah.
be his favorite place.
Yeah, we can check out the Leaky Cup after.
Pub crawl.
yeah.
Woo.
Guess we'll start with like wherever looks like the most seedy of them, of the seeds.
Seedy of the seeds.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. Sounds good. So,
I'm having a great time. Let's never stop. Continue. Sorry, John.
All right. So, you continue on in your trek, and you make your way towards the corners of the city where you think the most denizens of the darkness would reside, the most shady people, and you find an inn that is like a dive bar where it's like there's like a
Pool
set of
tables?
it's like an abandoned building, but there's a set of stairs that go up to a second story, and you can see some light in there, and a small sign hanging from the stairs that says "The Viper's Venom."
Nalfian will go in first.
The perfect place for a 15-year-old to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nalfian will go in first. And he will put on his OG TM Nalfian face.
How goes Nalfian and then it does free?
I know. Why was a cupcake? It's just like,
What up?
bye.
Nalfian, you enter, and like some of the denizens, they kind of look up at you, like, "Oh yeah, one of the others," and then the others enter, and then kind of cock their heads, like, "What the fuck?"
And Twig's just like staying close to like Eurydice, so you're holding her hand and she'll let her.
I have Lucky on the other. Wait, actually, no. Lucky's going in the amulet. Don't. Never mind. I was gonna have Lucky on the other side of Twig, but I feel that's a bad idea.
Oh, Lila we'll sandwich Twig between the two of us.
Great. Okay.
Okay, all right. So with that, the four of you enter, and you can see there are several people kind of all spread out in different tables or booths, and there is a barkeep, halfling man, shaven head, these like ratty sideburns coming off the sides of his cheeks, and he's got like what looks to be like he was attacked by a bear or something, just these 3 large scars going diagonally across his face. Yeah, the physical description you were given of Gregor is that he was a big oaf.
Big oaf, yeah, I wrote that, but I didn't know if there was any more. Okay, got it. Does this guy look like a big oaf?
No, this looks like a small oaf. He's a halfling.
Okay.
Small oaf.
Now full approach.
Cool.
Okay. So, approach. You can see that some of the other denizens, they definitely are looking at you, and they're looking pretty hard. Nalfian, you've definitely been around people like this before. They're casing you. They're trying to see if you're worth it to steal from. Whether they can either take you or if you have things on you that would be worthy to steal.
Nalfian is going to change his vision to the heat sensing vision, because when he does so, his eyes turn red.
Okay.
And just kind of give them a look. And try to, like, intimidate them to
Yeah.
fuck off.
No need to make a roll. They all kind of shy away and go back to looking down at their drinks.
To the guy at the bar top, Nalfian knows how this works, so he's just going to put a couple of gold pieces on the table and just kind of, like, slide it his way. Looking for someone. Thought maybe you could help me out.
You got a name?
Gregor Reiser, I believe.
Kind of looks over to the corner of one of the rooms and gestures his head that way. You can see a large human man, pale skin, long ratty hair, patchy facial hair, just kind of sitting, holding a cup with two hands, staring down into it.
Yeah, buy yourself something nice. And Nalfian will slide him a couple more gold pieces and walk towards Greg.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, he'll walk over there and like kind of give a look to the gals and be like, "That's our man right there."
Okay.
We shall follow.
So you make your way to Gregor, and you get a good look at him now. Like I said, a big oaf of a man. You can see him wearing a large fur hat covering his head for the most part, large fur collar, a ratty jacket with holes in it in different places. Definitely not a man with a lot of money. But this is Gregor.
Aw.
He looks sweet.
Like, serious. Aw, they call him an oaf? That's not nice.
I know, he just looks like a sweetie pie.
He's just got a big nose, is all.
Wow.
Sweet murderer.
So Nalfian will just kind of like, is he in a booth or a table?
He's at a booth.
Okay, Nalfian will just slide on in.
Is there enough room for us to slide it? Or are we just gonna be standing there watching their conversation?
Somebody would need to sit next to Gregor.
Lila will do it. Just like
hell yeah.
cheekily, like slide in next to him. Hi.
I love this.
Hey, those seats were saved for someone.
Oh, we won't be here long.
Yeah, no. We're just passing through. Got a couple questions for you, Greg.
It's Gregor.
Alright, Greg. Well, we are
It's Gregor.
Gregor.
Thank
My
you.
mistake. Right.
What's the
Friends
man
and I-
got except for his name?
Nothing kind of like pauses for a second. Right, you are. Not to interrupt your fine evening, my dear friend. My friends and I have a couple of questions, if you have the time.
So him kind of look down at his drink, kind of shakes it a little bit.
I've got a little bit of time, I suppose.
Alright. So, Gregor, I know that you are in, or used to be, in the business of trade. Not the most legal kind. Am I right in that?
Yeah.
Lila, dear, would you show him the bottle?
And she'll pull it out and specifically show the bottom where the IXI is.
Is this one of your goods that you sell?
Why do you want to know?
Well, Gregor, unfortunately, somebody was poisoned using this. Now, we are not the law, as you can tell. But we are looking to figure out who and why this happened. And maybe you could help us out. Any information you have would be extremely helpful. And you know what? I'll make it worth your while. I can buy you a little bit more time. I'll kind of like gesture over to the guy working the bar to bring him another round.
Yeah. Man, you paid the halfling well. He's over there immediately. Sets down 2 more tankards. Gregor kind of looks at those and nods.
All right. What do you want to know?
Well, I guess everything that you know. Where'd this bottle come from? Who'd you sell it to, if you did sell it?
The bottles, they, made locally. There's a glass blower. That's his mark, right there, to put them. But in terms of what goes in them, I'm the one that makes it. I haven't, well, I, stopped making it after I got put in the pen. But a couple days after I got out, I was approached by a couple people who wanted, some. Told them that I didn't want to make it, but once the numbers get high enough, the pieces are so many, it's hard to say no.
Who were these people?
There was one wiry-looking lad, thin, narrow frame, running around the streets like a rat. He bought it. Never looked like he'd seen that much gold in his life either, but threw 1,500 gold my way. It's hard to say no.
Can't say I blame you.
And then just this afternoon, there was another one. Thought I recognized him. I think he was a guardsman, some sort. Pale-skinned chap, mustache, short cropped hair, green eyes. I think he was one of the prison guards. Came in, paid.
Do we recognize that guy? Sorry.
Yeah, it was the same guy that Lila was trying to talk to. At least the descriptions are the same.
Gasp.
You know what? Okay, I'm a cop.
So he bought some?
Well,
Yeah, but he bought it this afternoon, right? And the murder happened last night.
He still bought some.
He did buy some, though, a little bitch boy. You're right.
those are the only 2 sales I've had since I've been out.
And this wiry-looking kid. Never seen him before. Any idea who he's connected to? Where he would get that much money?
No idea.
Any idea where he went? Direction?
It's hard to tell. We were on the southwest corner of the city, near the harbor. No, sorry. He could have gone anywhere from there. Do you, what are you asking all this about for anyway, if you're not the law?
Well, I don't think it's gonna be much of a secret come morning. Captain Richard is dead, unfortunately. And it is being said it is a suicide, but we're just confirming that that's what it is.
Captain Rich is dead.
Unfortunately, he is. I'm sure that doesn't upset you too much, but he did have a wife, and he did have others who cared for him deeply and loved him very much.
No, it sounds odd, but Captain Richard is the one who locked me away, sentenced me. I was one of the first people to go through a program he made. I did bad things, I know, but I don't know. I've been to a lot of prisons in my life, and first time I felt like I'd actually been changed. I kind of wanted to thank him for giving me a chance, but oh well.
Well, let me tell you something. Any details, any information, you see that kid again, and we can figure this out. I think you'd be doing more than just thanking him.
Alright.
Anything else you got, or is that everything?
The one guard told me if I told anyone that I bought it from him, that he'd have me strung up in the town square, but I don't know. He kind of seemed like a half pint, didn't keep his word, so I don't really bother minding telling you.
Well, he's a little shit anyway. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Then I won't. If anything, I got me maybe 4 or 5 more hours of drink here, so sounds good to me.
Nothing's gonna look at Lila. You're seeing Twig. Just kind of see if they have any questions for him.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sitting next to me. It's not very often someone smelling that nice is near me, so I appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you. It's lilac and gooseberries. You can get some at Hearthcrest. It's not too expensive either, so.
Hearthcrest. That's a pretty city name.
Okay, well, let's go. So she's gonna get right on up.
Yeah, Delphine will kind of kind of hold her and stand.
Let's go.
As soon as we're kind of like outside, Delphine's just kind of like looking at everybody. All right, so clearly somebody paid this kid to get this because they didn't want to be seen. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Great. But I mean, look at this place. How many kids with that exact description are running around? I mean, we could start near the harbor. Let's keep a lookout. I don't know. I still don't feel like we have enough to push the lady.
No, if we can find that kid, that would be ideal, but I imagine he's not easy to find, especially in this weather.
I mean,
Oh,
we could always
you're right.
see if the captain would know. I mean, if it's a street kid, chances are that he's had some kind of crime before, alright?
Or what about William, the detective, wherever the heck he went?
I think both places are good to start. They know this city better than we do. Guess we head back to the law house, right? That's where both of them would be.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, put your investigator hat back on.
Alrighty. So with that, you gather your things, head back out into the rain, and head back to the law house. As you enter, you can see that William's currently just sitting at his desk, sort of feet up on it, flipping through a journal or two, sort of comparing notes. Sees all of you enter and says, "Ah, well, those are my favorite people in the city."
Hey, so we might have some more information that's helpful. I don't know. Maybe it's another dead end, but so we actually are we outside? Sorry, are we outside or are we inside right now?
Right now you're inside.
Why don't we take a walk like we always do?
Yeah. Love the weather this time of year. Let's go.
Head outside with all of you.
Okay, so Lila will say the whole thing about Rat Boy and what Gregor told them.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Do you tell him about the guard too?
Yeah, why not?
Oh yeah, nothing would make sure that gets said.
Okay, that's real interesting. Listen, I think I know the boy you're talking about. He, honestly, poor orphan kid, you know. Parents died in a fire, all that good stuff. And so now he's just trying to do what he can to scrape by. But he'd pretty much do anything for anybody if they pay him. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I've paid him for things before. He's good at what he does. He is good at climbing rooftops. He can, even in the rain and the muck, he can make his way through this stuff like nobody else I've ever seen. So, kid's name is Toby. I'd say if you go maybe southwest side, there's a bridge. Connects two halves of the city from the dock to let's see, what is that? It's Smithy. Find over there's a small little abandoned house. Toby typically spends most of his time in there, if he's not out doing a job. Now, if you want to go investigate that, I think I might head my way down to the Leaky Cup, see if I can gather some information on this other elixir that was purchased.
Yeah, it seems like your officers around here aren't squeaky clean as you may think, so it might be a good idea to keep an eye on him.
What do you mean? My officers are as clean as those clogs you got on right now.
Clear as mud.
Clear as mud indeed. Well, best of luck. Toby is, it's like trying to catch an eel. Don't scare him off or you'll never end up seeing him again.
Can do. And in that case, Nelfian is going to let someone else take point.
Okay, who's good with kids?
Twig!
Twig,
She is a kid.
yeah.
By the way,
Yes.
when Nalfian saw him for like half a second, how old did he look?
Maybe 13 or 14.
Okay.
Okay. Then yeah, we will start heading that way.
Okay. Alrighty. So, making your way through the city streets once again, rain pouring down. Eventually, you make your way to that small bridge. You see a small abandoned building near a blacksmith shop.
Well, he did say not to scare him off. And as we
guess
know...
we-
Oh, go ahead.
Well, we could knock, right?
It's a good start. No, if it's gonna like raise his hands and kind of like back off the scene.
I mean, the three of us are pretty unintimidating, you know?
I think so. Yeah.
Do you feel
Yep.
And
comfortable joining us, Twig?
Mm-hmm.
I can.
Great.
You
I
guys
guess
are
we're
doing
gonna
great.
go to the door. Give us a second, okay? And Yuri is going to kind of squeeze Twig's hand. Say, "You got this. It'd be great. Come on." And we're gonna head to the house.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. Alrighty, so then you head towards the house. The door is seemingly like cracked open right now. It's not letting much of anything in, but it definitely is at least partially open.
Maybe we can just knock like right on the corner here, just so he knows someone isn't barging in.
Maybe we should say something afterwards so he doesn't think it's like someone bad. What do we say?
We can just say, "Hello, is Toby here?"
Sounds good.
You can, all of you, as you're standing outside the house bickering, you can hear, Toby is here. And like sitting on top of the roof of the shack, just looking down at you. You can just see a small, very lithe a boy, sort of covered in like cloaks and furs, just covering his entire form, just sitting on top of the roof.
Oh, sorry. Just, could we talk to you, maybe? Not on the roof.
One of you can come inside. No more, no less. And with that, he'll kind of jump backwards onto the roof, and you can see him sort of drop in through the roof, and you can hear something land on the inside of the house.
Yuri looks at Twig. Do you want to go talk to him?
I mean, I'm not good at talking to people.
Oh, that's not
You're
true.
also less likely to scare.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you'd want me to say then?
See if you can get where he got the money for that bottle and then where he took it. But make a bit of conversation first. Talk to him. Kind of get a relationship going before you ask really hard-hitting questions.
And here's the bottle, in case he needs a visual.
And
Do I
if
just
something
bring up
goes
Amandra?
wrong, don't bring her up unless he says it first. But if the conversation doesn't seem to be going anywhere, it wouldn't hurt to mention her name. But see what he says first. We don't want to lead him to make any assumptions.
Yeah, you can ask some open-ended questions first about what he does and why he lives in the city and here and stuff like that.
We're just gonna take a deep breath in and just hold it.
Okay.
Again,
And-
you got this, but if anything goes wrong, we are right here.
Right.
Watch me step in.
All three of the parents are like, yes! You good job! Man.
We love this co-parenting.
It's like your first day on the soccer field, and we're just like, yeah, that's my baby!
Alrighty. So, Twig, you head in, and you are sheltered from the rain and from the water. And you can see that there's a small fire in the corner of the room that Toby is currently sitting next to, hands near, rubbing them together for warmth.
Yeah, she'll just approach slowly and just kind of sit near him.
So you live here alone then?
I'll do.
all by myself.
And well, I guess doesn't that get lonely?
No, I've got friends.
Oh, right, of course. The street kids, I guess.
No, most of the street kids, they go in an orphanage. And then they find parents eventually. No, I don't want that.
So then, who are your friends?
Let's see. Well, I've got one here. You can see kind of makes there's like a hole in the like floorboards, and he kind of scoops his hand into it, and there's like a frog that he pulls out. This is one of my friends. Kind of ribbit and jumps back into the hole. There's a few more down there.
Are they all frogs?
Not all of them. Some don't live here in the house, though. Sometimes they live other places. The rats especially, they don't like the rain, so they try and hide in the different taverns and places when the rain does come like it does.
Right. I bet they're good company, but I mean, you don't have any dealings with other people?
Only when I need to. Sometimes people look at me funny, you know? They just use me. At least the animals, they respect me. Treat me like one of their own.
Well, I feel like should be honest in saying I don't want to be here to use you. But, well, with some of those people that do come to you, we kind of need to know maybe who asked you to buy this.
Just take out the bottle.
From Gregor, yeah?
Well, no, who asked you to buy it, though?
And he takes the vial.
But this was purchased from Gregor, right?
Oh, yes.
And he kind of looks at the bottle for a moment.
I mean,
And Twig, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I don't believe I have any modifier to this, which is fun. Yeah, no. That's an 11.
11.
listen, there's one thing that I learned very early on. It's when people come through me for me to do things, they want it to stay a secret. And, well, I'll go to make sure that I stay fed, so if somebody does find out that I told their secret, then people won't want me to do work for them anymore. And then I'll just have to go to the orphanage like the rest of the kids.
something wrong has happened, which it has, well, I mean, you're not gonna be punished for helping setting things right. I mean, we can promise at least that we won't have to mention you at all.
It's not that. I've done a lot of bad things. I've hurt people. The things I've done have caused people to be hurt. I've stolen from people. I've done a lot of bad things. So I'm not afraid of losing that or having my name brought up. The guards use me too much to have me locked away. No, it's just if I say who did it, who had me get this, and people find out, then I can't make my way like I am anymore. I don't have my freedom anymore.
So, is there anything I could do that would at least tell who got this bottle? I mean, if it's only for one thing, right? Even if it's just to, I guess, confirm. You don't need to give any names or anything.
Make one more persuasion check.
Above 11. I hate this dice.
Another 11. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, but anything is too much. If you need me to do something, I'd be happy to do it for the right price, but sorry, I just can't give that away.
I mean, I feel like all we need you to do is to tell us that.
Tell us that what?
Well, who asked you to buy the poison?
I just... I can't. I don't know how many more times I'll have to say that.
Well, I mean, the reason you want to keep it hidden is because you don't want to lose your livelihood here. What if then we could maybe set you up with something else? I mean, we're good. Well, we're close with people that own a ship, and they've taken in other people. I mean, they've got other kids on there. Especially someone like you could be, I mean, helpful to them as well. So I'm sure they'd welcome you.
Like a boat, like a real ship.
Yeah. And I mean, there's only, well, there's not many animals on it, but there are these seagulls. And one of the people on the ship, Sally, she's really good friends with them. And, well, then you can still have companions there.
Make one more persuasion check.
I've like stopped at my dice, so if I get another, it's 3. I hate life.
It's... I just... Sorry, I can't leave. I... Because if I leave, then there's no one who stays to remember them. But
You'll always be around to remember them. Just because you're not, well, there. As long as you're anywhere.
what I
memory
can
will still
say...
stay.
No, I have to stay. But what I can say is that not related to the poison, because that goes against what I said. I don't want people to know. But what I can tell you is that one man out there with the eyes and the silver hair, he saw me earlier because apparently somebody paid me to keep an eye on you. I can't say who, but it wouldn't be ridiculous for him to make the conclusion that he saw me in a lot of other places too. Saw me at the temple, saw me at the lawman's house, saw me at the Upcliff estate, saw me when you all were exiting the prison with the detective. If he saw me at all of those places, that's not serendipity, that's something a little more. It's just his eyes weren't as good the last few times.
And the person asking you to keep eyes on us, that wouldn't happen to be the same that asked you to buy the poison?
I don't know, it's always hard to tell, you know. People always come wearing different clothes and covering their faces and changing their voices. Could be a different person, but they were very sweet each time they came to talk to me.
Often do they come? Was it more than just, I guess, the 2 jobs?
No, there were lots of times. Because they wanted me to keep an eye on things when they...
I'm sorry. I can't
No,
say
out of the
anymore.
house.
I can't say anymore. I'm sorry. I've said too much already.
Right. Well, thank you, anyways. And, I mean, that offer still stands. I'm sure you'd be able to find us.
Yeah, you are pretty easy to follow.
Right. Well, I guess I should go now. Thank you for your time.
He nods, and he turns to face the fire again.
Yeah, I should just stop and slowly walk out the door.
Okay. About 10 minutes later of standing there in the rain, all of you see Twig exit.
I really
Hey.
don't think I was the right person for that, but I think, well, he
Well-
wouldn't give any names or anything, but he did at least confirm that whoever our poison buyer was had gotten him to, well, keep a lookout for things for a while, and it seemed to be leading to, well, it seemed like he was talking about Manja, but I'm sorry, it's not the hard proof that we were needing.
Well, don't
Something?
apologize.
Still
It's
good.
Yeah, it's good information. A little bit more than what we knew before. It's clear that he's spooked.
Yeah. Does he live in this house all on his own? And you're just gonna kind of look at the abandoned house.
Well, not entirely on his own.
There's other kids that live here?
No, just other frogs and rats that seem to live in the floorboards.
Oh. You know, maybe you were the right person then.
You did a good job,
Don't
Twig.
talk to him.
But he also did say that he was, well, asked to follow us. Apparently from everywhere we've been, essentially.
So he was the one I saw earlier. Interesting.
Yeah, he mentioned that. And, well, at that stage, especially for the house, all we talked to was Amanda, so...
Right. And why would people just pay him to follow us around if we are strangers and know nothing about anything in this town? Had to have been someone we know. Someone we've talked to.
Hmm.
I don't know. Do we go and talk to her again? Or should we keep looking around?
We can talk to her and just see how she's been doing. We don't even have to come in all accusatory or anything. We can just be maybe presenting some of what we found to her, check in and see how she's doing, see if she left the house at all.
Right.
Mhm.
Alright, well. Let's go see what she has to say.
As we leave, because Twig mentioned that this kid likes animals, I'll have Lucky become like some kind of bird or something. Because he can kind of do that.
Mm-hmm.
And just have him like fly around kind of sort of by the windows of like this house. So if he's in there, maybe he'll see it. Maybe he'll think it's cool.
Okay. Yeah. Lucky flies around and eventually returns perched on your shoulder in this sort of like red-tailed hawk form. And it's like, well, I don't know if he saw it, but I did it.
It looked very cool. Thank you.
Oh, you are welcome.
All right. So with that, the four of you head back to Talitha's home. After a long evening, a very late night, eventually you do get back, returning in. As you open the door, Talitha does greet you. She approaches and says, "You're back. You're back. I hope everything went well. I hope that you maybe found something out. Is it true? What did you find out?"
There's a lot of loose ends still to sort through. But we were hoping to talk and try to get a little bit more information based off of what we found out.
Oh, yes, of course. She's been staying in the common room the entire time, aside from leaving every now and then.
When she does leave, where is it she's going?
Oh, just upstairs to use the restroom.
Okay.
So, with that, Talitha leads you back into the common room. And there you can see Amardra, still sitting on the couch, sipping away, staring into the fire. She sees all of you enter and smiles. Her face lights up and says, "So, did you find anything? What did you find?"
There's still a lot that we don't know. We wanted to just check in. It's been a long day and see how you were doing still. I wish we had more answers for you. But you've been on our mind, so we just wanted to see. Are you holding up?
I suppose I'm fine. Sometimes it's odd. Sometimes I think that if I zone out too much, I think that it's about time for me to go home. Because William will be home soon from... Robert. That was my bad. Oh, man. Richard, God, sorry. There's too many names. It's been too long since I played D&D. I was doing so well, also. Okay. Thinking that I need to get home soon because Richard will be home soon.
Can I roll an insight check on
Insight check.
Hey!
Yeah, go for it.
Both of us just like squinty eyes. 12.
14.
Oh, yeah, seems genuine. Thinking Richard will be home soon and he needs to eat because if not, he doesn't ever eat. He just gets home and goes to sleep and then wakes up the next morning and then heads back into work. But then I remember that I don't need to go home and cook for Richard.
We were able to look at something that was discovered, a note, a suicide note. Were you ever able to look at that?
I'm sorry, what?
We were given a note. Just wanted to see if that was something you were ever able to look at. We don't have it on us. It's with the guard. That was basically all we were able to get, though, as far as that end. But we weren't familiar with his handwriting, but they said they checked it over and over again. But I'm assuming you never saw that, even at the scene of his death?
No, I was the first person to find him. There's no way that... at least I didn't see anything. I looked through his desk at home, through the nightstands, the tables. I never saw anything like that.
She'll just kind of nod.
If you don't mind me asking, and I don't mean to be rude any way possible when I ask this, but how was yours and Richard's relationship? Were you all both doing alright? I mean, he's busy, he's captain of the guard, he's stressed, he's got a lot on his mind, he's dangerous line of work. Were you guys happy in your marriage?
Well, of course, to a degree. It's just hard when he was always so stressed about everything.
Insight check.
Make an insight check, yeah.
Oh my god, it's a 14.
14? Huh? Seems like she's being genuine. Of course we
Not
had
even
our
a little-
problems.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
We argued, we fought, and I said that before. But we were always able to come to terms with whatever was happening and adjust. And I like to think that our love grew with every fight.
Right.
Love is grown by the trauma of shared experience. We went through a lot of trauma in that house. And
Oh,
I like to think
trauma.
that our love grew every time something like that happened.
You know, all marriages go through some form of strain or stress that tests the relationship. And was there any that really put you to the test? I mean, other men, women, anything in between?
Richard, there was a time when we had first married. Before he became captain of the guard, I was born and raised in Raven Rock, you see, and Richard was on tour. He was a military man, and we had been married in Raven Rock. I used to work at the Bosserman Theater.
Great place.
Best years of my life, really. They were wonderful. But there was a time where Richard believed that I was cheating on him with William Bosserman. And of course that wasn't true. Never. I would never want to hurt Richard. He gave me everything he ever could. And I would never want to break his heart like that.
Insight check.
Can I insight that as well?
Did she get with William Boston?
Oh, that's what you want to know? Yeah, make an insight check.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20.
I'm not even gonna try. I've been fucking these up all night.
I mean, it seems genuine. Yes.
Been such good tea.
And what about Richard? I mean, has his eyes ever wandered from you?
I don't think so, no.
Insight.
That I will insight. Come on, baby. I'm actually gonna use my special green dice this time.
Oh,
I got a 14.
14.
I got a 10. Okay, green
Yeah.
dice are going back to the shelf.
She seems very genuine. She is. I mean, obviously, this is a very sore spot for her. It seems as though that there were many arguments had between the two, but it seems like she's being honest.
She is a hard woman to read. Oh my
I
god.
know.
Can you just cast Zone of Truth already? We can have this done with.
You know
I
what?
mean, I can, but we've had trouble for the magic.
I know,
Unless
but I want to
someone
know.
I know, I want to know too.
I mean, I don't want to push too hard either, because, like,
I know.
no.
If she is innocent, and we're just over here interrogating a widow.
Yeah. Sorry, we know you don't probably want to go over all this. We're just trying to make sure we have enough information so that when we ask others, we can
No,
probably get more solid answers.
You know what? I'm sorry. I haven't exactly been honest.
Alright, now would be the time for that.
I know. I just... It's painful to think about, is all.
If there's something that could help with this, you need to tell us.
Richard was having an affair.
With who?
With the deputy. Oh. Captain Ravi now, I suppose.
How many people knew about this?
I think just the three of us.
Had you spoken with Richard about this?
Yes, I did.
And how did that go? Was it an argument? Did you ask him to end the relationship?
It was a long conversation. A very long one. There was shouting, there was screaming, there was crying. At the end of it all, he told me that he still loved me. And he still wanted to be with me. And I told him if that was the case, then he needed to end that relationship. He said he would.
Do you have any ill will towards the deputy or captain now?
If he was the one
who hurt Richard, then yes.
But what if he wasn't? What if he cared for Richard as much as you do?
Well, not to be rude, but I very much doubt that it was as much as I cared for Richard.
I apologize. I didn't mean to.
20 years of marriage. 20 years. Ravi has worked here for 7. If that. I just want to make sure that whoever is responsible for Richard's death is properly dealt with.
Now, I feel as though I have to guard what I say because I have the kind of face that is very punchable. And a lot of what I say can be taken the wrong way. But I feel as though I'd be failing my job if I don't say this. What you just told us, and the fact that you didn't tell us right away, it's not a good look. I would never want to insinuate what I am about to say. But you have to admit, it does put you into a lot of... shines a light of suspicion on yourself, does it not? I mean, a wife finds out that her husband is cheating, especially with someone who she thought she could trust. She asked him to cut it off. He promised he would. But it doesn't seem as though it ended as cleanly as you would have hoped. Again, I'm laying these cards out on the table. And if someone else was to come in here and take a look at them, they say I have a full hand. But what do you say to that?
You went inside our house, right?
We did.
You went upstairs, right?
Correct.
You saw the empty bedroom, right?
This is also correct.
Do you know how much shame is in me because I felt like I was never good enough for him? Especially after I found out about him and Ravi. Do you really think that's something that I would want to admit to a group of strangers?
I apologize. Like I said, I genuinely am not trying to insist or accuse you of anything. I'm just telling you what I know. And it seems as though the further we dig into this, the more turns it begins to take. But if you're being honest with us now, then... well, we have to be honest too. I mean, there's information that we have that we're not sure what to do with. You see, we found the bottle that supposedly poisoned him. Lila, if you would be a dear again and show her what we found.
Lila will display the bottle.
So we took it and we spoke with the gentleman you gave us the name to, Gregor. see what he knew about it, and he was familiar with it. It came from him. But somebody bought it from him. Now we followed that lead, and well, that one, this young man, a kid, no more than 12, 13 years old, was given a large sum of money to purchase this bottle. And somehow that bottle ended up in your house.
That is very odd, but I can promise you I've never spoken with Toby before in my life.
I didn't mention his name.
Well, who doesn't know about Toby in this city?
Insight check this
Insight
bitch.
check.
Insight check this bitch.
Inside.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Oh, I didn't say his name, bitch. Okay.
Oh.
That's an 18,
I got
boy.
a natural 20!
Yes, you did, Lila. I got an 18, but take her a 20.
Oh, man. All right.
Oh, I didn't know she was gonna slip like that. Sorry.
We needed a bone, let's be honest.
We did. I was fucking lost.
We really needed a bone.
She's so hard to crack. My God.
She was a lead actress at the Bosserman Theater.
Bitch.
Oh, shit!
All right, well, fucking hats off Nalfian for not fucking saying his name. Okay.
Yeah, I know. As you were saying that, I was like, please don't say his name. Please don't say his name. Let me do this for you guys. Let me do this for you guys.
Thanks for the hail.
Okay. So, with that, Nalfian and Lila, you can tell that was a, oh shit, I slipped up. And she's now trying to sort of backpedal. As she just says, well, who doesn't know who Toby is in this town, honestly?
Was he watching your house?
Well,
She asked you a question.
how is someone supposed to feel safe in their own home if their husband was murdered?
You know, I'm a bit of an actor myself. But that is one hell of a performance because you made me feel like shit for a moment there. But it's interesting that you can give me his name, and I never mentioned it once. It's also interesting the moment I started talking about how this bottle ended up here, you started shifting in your seat. So maybe we should cut the shit. And let's be honest. Because here's another bit of truth that we know. The last person to have seen your husband alive was sharing a drink with him. And Captain Rovney did not look pleased whatsoever to see him die. That man, whether or not he loved him as much as you did, that's not in the question here. He still loved him. And he looked horrified. So the cat's out of the bag, we know. And obviously you do too, so I think you should tell us the truth. Because I, for one, am tired of running around in mud and shit all night.
I will not stand for these accusations thrown at me.
Eurydice, lock the door.
Eurydice can use telekinesis to lock the door.
Talitha, you have to... How long have you known me? How long have I been coming to you?
Amarda, was the poison meant for Robbie?
And you see her kind of collapse as her head sort of falls down, chin touching her chest. It was meant for both of them. But I forgot that O'Darren bastard doesn't drink. What a fitting end for the two of them, star-crossed lovers. Nope. No.
You know, divorce is also an option. You didn't have to kill him.
Have you ever been married before?
I'd be very fucking careful with what you say to me next.
You find out that your significant other of 20 years has been lying to you, sneaking around your back with so many different men. Gods, some of them even underage. And you aren't filled with rage and hate? All you wanted was a happy, normal life, and so you tried to fake it and fix it every single day. And then, for a short time, you think everything is finally ready, everything's finally fixed. And then, no. All those promises that they made, all of them, the renewed vows, all of the promises just didn't matter. Because you find them in the basement, wrapped up in each other's arms. What do you do? Continue living, pretend like it didn't happen? Or do you try and move on after I invested 20 years with this man? Ah. Where's that quick whip this time?
Everyone would have a lot more sympathy for you if you would have divorced him, if he was such a terrible man. But it's a lot harder to see it that way now. I
don't
understand
want
that's
your
hard.
Sympathy. The worst part is I have no regrets. The only regret I have is not fucking William Bosserman when I had the chance to end that relationship all that time ago. But no, I was a good little wife. I tried to be everything he wanted me to be. So, do you want to take me to his lover, or do you want me to do that?
I think you should just sit right there, and we'll bring him here. And I can just sit here, stare at you until he gets here, and make you feel as comfortable as fuck the entire time. Because you talk to me like that again, maybe you'll join him. Because I'll tell you what. You don't know anything about me. Or what I know about marriage. Sorry, yours didn't work out. Doesn't give you a license to kill him. Thanks for wasting our time. Talitha, why don't you get the captain over here?
I will send him a message.
Great. Me and the lady of the house are gonna just sit right here. And Alfred is going to put his feet on the table and just stare daggers into her.
Okay. Talitha sends a message, and maybe 45 minutes later, Captain Ravi arrives with 3 guards. As he enters, he looks with these very solemn eyes down at her. He doesn't say anything. And you can see her begin to open her mouth, and Captain Ravi just holds his hand up and says,
No. You and I will talk privately. Not here. You've caused the two of us enough pain. No need to spur it on. You 3, take her. Leave her in my office. Don't put her in a cell. I need to talk with them, and then I will return when I can.
the guards nod. And they exit. With Amadra.
I owe all of you an explanation for my actions and my, how I treated all of you in my office. I never wanted, Richard to be looked upon poorly. I didn't want him to be seen as someone disloyal, regardless of that being the truth or not.
It's not our job to judge him. It was simply to help.
Well, I appreciate your help.
Alvin will just kind of like nod.
If there are any updates related to anything, I will be sure to inform you. And it should also be known that bringing her to justice will not go unrewarded. But anyway, thank you very much for your services. And I suppose this will not be the last you will be seeing of me. Well, have a good evening, and I hope the rest of your time in West Hollow goes easier than this.
Give a small nod of his head, and we'll exit.
Is there anything to drink on the table?
Yes.
Now he'll pour himself something small.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say anything. Pour himself a drink. Small drink.
Yeah. So, with that, as all of you are sort of standing around, silent, looking back at one another, as solemnly as it is, the case has been solved. You successfully got to the bottom of who of who. Yes, Gemma, what's your question?
I mean, I was gonna say, like, at some point during that evening, I know it is late, just to get updates to see if there's if there's been any contact from Emerald.
Well, that is a great question, and it'll be something you'll have to ask
No.
next week.
No.
Joe.
Because
No.
that
Joe.
is
Joe.
where we're gonna end tonight's session.
You said we could play longer.
It is 7:25.
We started late as well, so
What do you mean started late? We have 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's like the
Yeah.
full ass. That's the full ass 10 minutes before and the break.
But we said that we could. We said that we could play longer.
one conversation. How long could it take? Let's go.
Yeah, but it gives you something to look forward to next session.
Plenty to look forward to, but we won't do this thing now. Please? Maybe just a little.
You said it. I never
Sure.
agreed to it. I said,
I took down the time. It's okay. I'll just do.
You have a choice. You can sleep on the couch.
They have it on schedule. This game goes for 3 more hours. Me too.
oh man.
I want to.
The silence is making me very uncomfortable.
That's right. Okay. Nalfian pours himself a drink and taking at the table. That's what he's doing. What's everyone else doing?
Yuri is like absentmindedly petting Lucky, but she looks like she's like thinking a lot about what just happened. It's scary. It's not scary. It's sad. So
Lila will follow Nalfian's lead and pour herself a drink, maybe a little larger than his.
What's Twig doing?
She join people at the table. She's not drinking. She doesn't
Okay.
want to bring up the Emerald thing like right away, obviously. But
So is this pretty usual for you guys? You know, after, meeting big demon people and evil guys and then solving horrible murders that are sad? Is this like the huge?
I didn't think it was, but I'd like to not make it a habit.
I would say this isn't usually what happens. I mean, usually we're a bit happier after we finish something.
I mean, has there been any updates from Emerald? Talitha, this person that I wish to have answers to?
Nalfian looks at Talitha.
Talitha.
Telephone has just stopped working. She's just
404.
Everything in the world has paused. There's no
No!
there's no music. All of the NPCs are frozen. Like everything is stopped. Game
So in
paused.
theory, we could keep role playing between us.
We
As long as
could.
we want.
Or, Joe could stop being a little bitch and just answer the goddamn question.
What's
We've
the
been away for
Tell
so
us.
long.
Everybody just awkwardly be silent until Joe speaks.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna end the session.
Joe, there's
Hey.
pressure.
You say you hate me?
Yes.
Enough to poison me?
Where are my divorce papers?
Oh.
Pretty soon, it's probably gonna get to that level.
No, not that. I'm not as insane as she is.
The cookies taste weird. I wonder.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the cookies.
You don't get any cookies. I'm gonna eat them all.
There are cookies.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. They're in the trash.
They're in the trash. You threw them away. That is wasteful.
So is this time that we're not using to continue the game.
She called you out. She's right.
Or answer the goddamn question.
Joe.
We need to know what the update is. Do you not have the update? Perhaps you're stalling because you haven't thought about it yet.
Okay. Who wants to step in as DM if Joe's not gonna do it?
I got you.
Wait, can we
Oh,
we
yes.
like co-DM? Can we all just DM and decide what
So,
everyone's fate is now? It's canon.
Talitha steps forward and she says,
You can only do it if you do the accent correctly.
I don't even remember her accent.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
I have spoken with Iverion, and he is actually safe and sound. And I was also told that Sigrun has a crush on this beautiful, large redhead. Alex.
How dare you?
And they,
You're abusing your DM privileges.
they all have survived, even though it was a very close call. And that's Cassius Finch is dead. One of the 13 has been slayed.
Woo!
He's on his way here soon with a lot of gold and magic items to give you all for successful investigation skills.
Hell yeah. We're the favorites, obviously.
Clearly.
We
Joe,
are.
why do you suck?
Oh my god.
Joe, come on. It's been a month. We deserve this.
Wow.
All right. I will like I'll level with you here. All right. I'll do it. I will. But we all got to be on board.
Oh,
I think we're all on board. I think
We're on
that's
board for the
Beautiful,
past
it's been
10
you.
minutes. I'm so
Literally,
confused.
all of us have been yelling at you.
The
for
past
last,
10
like,
minutes,
10
we've been
minutes.
sitting here saying the exact same thing. What do you want from us?
There's a-
Our firstborn
You did.
children?
It's exactly what I want. I need blood sacrifices right now.
oh, geez.
God. I'll fucking ship it
Fucking
off to the
time.
US. It might take a while.
Listen, I can. All right. Okay. All right. We'll
Guys, I think it's gonna be sad.
I mean, all right. We'll go. You asked for it.
We did.
I was debating. I was taking that time to debate whether or not I wanted to do it or not. But all right. Here we go. Okay. So all of you sit around the table with one another, taking your small sips and your small drinks, doing your own things, trying to cope with this, having those little back and forth conversations. But Talitha has not returned just yet. She had gone off just very momentarily to handle a few things down below, because she still does have her own personal job that she needs to do. Even though she canceled her appointment, she still has things she needs to make. So she's currently handling that in the in her basement, but eventually, as she does return, unless there was anything else anybody wanted to say beforehand.
No.
Duffy has stuff to say, but he will say it later.
Okay.
Hmm.
Alrighty. So with that, eventually, maybe after a half an hour, just so that way, and also her giving you guys space so that way you can have a little bit of room to decompress before she comes back up. And she says, sorry about that. I just needed to finish a few things down below. And I figured all of you would like some space. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't know, I never would have expected that from a Marja.
People are surprising. Even when you think you know them, you don't always.
That's a good point.
But we do need to know. Has there been any word from Emeril at all? There's something interesting that happens with magic across time and space and existences. To answer your question, I did send several messages. I used sending multiple times throughout the day. And none of them received a response, except one. There is an odd thing that happens when trying to use magic like that across the planes of existence or time or space, where sometimes they can be lost. And the further temporally or the further spatial-wise, the more of a chance there is that things can get diluted. Or, in some very, very rare circumstances, messages can be rerouted. So your message didn't go to Emeril.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
yes and no. Wherever Emeril is, I cannot speak. I cannot say I do not know. But I believe that wherever he may be in this current moment, or wherever the material plane observes Emeril to be in relation to me, it's working as a conduit of some sort, a mirror, when you shine a light on it and it refracts.
So he's alive, just somewhere, not material plane.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I spoke with Anne Emeril, but it felt different.
Which one?
I don't know.
What did he say?
He asked who I was, which I thought was strange. Of course, I didn't tell him. If he didn't know who I was, then there was a chance that it wasn't all that great. But then I felt eyes all over me. And immediately after that, I put warding signals all up around the house so no scrying could be done inside here.
What did your message say?
I just said, are you okay? Please tell me
That's
you're
it.
all right.
No mention of us.
No mention of you, no. No.
Just, are you okay? Are you alright? And he responded with, who are you?
He responded with, I'm doing much better now. Who is this?
And it felt different.
There was a... Do you know when you talk to someone, you can hear them and you can hear that they're smiling?
Yeah.
That was a devilish sneer I could hear.
Alright,
What
so...
about with Sigrin or and Nilbanon? I mean, could you contact them?
I'm sorry, I had never met either one of them. I have no way to contact them.
If that other Emerald tries to contact you, you need to make sure you let us know. Because that... I don't know what that is. But we've met once before. And it's not good.
You have.
Unfortunately.
Would you be willing to
He-
tell me what happened? Oh, please go ahead.
He did something. I don't know if he did. Something was already wrong with me. My echo was, from the moment I was able to do this, was corrupted, but somehow he made it worse. He looked at me, looked at it, and did something to trigger it, to awaken it. I don't know what exactly he did. It was always there, but it was never like this before. He gave me something that he should have no business having. But it wasn't until recently that I learned who exactly my mother is and what exactly she's been doing. Needless to say, he had that same cocky attitude, that same smirk, and that same feeling. I haven't seen him since. And the real Emerald knows about it as well. And that's when he told us that there was more than one of him.
So, I knew of the simulacrums.
Well, this one isn't great.
But I wish I could find a better way to explain it. What I felt when I sent the message. This is so stupid, but have you ever stretched before and you stretched extra long or extra hard and you felt that extra pop, that extra extension?
Does Nelfie know what she's talking about?
I mean, it'd really be more something that, like, Kayla would know. You know, like, it's just like when you stretch or when you yawn.
Oh, okay,
or
yeah, okay.
when
No, I
you,
know
like,
what you're saying.
Yeah, when it's like...
I don't know if it was like a Dunamancy type.
No,
thing.
or like when you take an extra deep breath and you actually feel that sensation.
Yeah.
That sort of surpassing what is normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I was overreaching. Like,
When you were speaking with him.
when I was...
Or when you were trying to reach Emeru.
No, when I was actually speaking with him. Because it was almost like I was in a bubble. In my own little bubble in the material plane. But not just the material. I've sent messages to people who are in the elemental plane of fire. Or they're in the abyss, or wherever they may be. And I've sent messages to them, and it was like normal. But this was like I was reaching. I was reaching outside of my bubble into something else. Into something outside of it. Past it.
So, what do you think it is then? I know you can't give us any answers, but do you have any idea?
When I was first taken in as Emeril's student, there was a theory he had that he was very passionate about initially, but we never really talked about it after the first few lessons, as he just wasn't able to find any substantial evidence of its truth in the world. Let's see. Okay. Here. And she's gonna take like these two, these little model carts that she has, and she kind of takes them and kind of disassembles and takes the wheels off of these small little carts, and she holds them up and she says, "Okay, a wheel, right? It is round. It moves in circle and circle and circle, round and round and round and round forever. And then, in order to keep the wheel strong, it needs the little spokes, right? To keep it strong, so that way the wheel doesn't collapse in on itself." Emeril believed that existence was like the hundreds of little wheels put together, all moving at similar speeds next to each other. As some wheels would go faster, some would go slower, but all of them had these pillars. They had these things that kept them together. But the wheels all moved. Like I said, some would move faster, some would move slower, and I always thought that this might be, like how if you go to the Feywild, if you're in the Feywild for too long, time can adjust and shuffle, and what could have been 10 minutes is actually 20 years. I thought that's what he meant. But if there is an Emeril that I was able to reach through, say, a pillar, right, a spoke in the wheel, an Emeril that I was able to reach by overextending, by stretching, by reaching outside of my bubble, well, then maybe it's not an Emeril. Maybe it's an Emeril more powerful than my teacher. One that has learned how to move from
Different realities.
reality to reality, yes. And if that's the case, that would explain how he was able to twist your echo into doing something, as you said, so terrible and grotesque. But that makes me wonder, then what is it doing? Or him, I suppose.
When all that happened, when I spoke with my echo, and when I got rid of it, there was a moment where myself here in this time and another were able to work together and throw it outside of both realities. And when we did that, there was that reach. It was that same feeling of pushing beyond. I'm not Emerald. I can't just hop between realities, but I can pull. And I've always been able to do that.
Then do
And
you
even if someone like myself can do something like that, he's, I mean, hell of a lot smarter than I am. But maybe, and he'll like summon, like, Shadow Nelf? Echo Nelf?
Echo Nalf, yeah. Old Man Nalf.
Old Man Nelf? I don't know. Could you try to reach a different Emerial through him? Me?
So try and message him. The Echo?
I think he's like trying to say like can she use this version of Nalfian almost like a conduit?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, my brain hurts. Like a conduit into that time that he's from to see if there's another Emerald in that time that can hear an SOS.
Like
Maybe
it focus to another reality. I think I get where you're coming from.
you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if we're reaching through times and realities, I don't know. Maybe this could all just be me fucking big braining and my brain hurts. So, like, Nelphine's just trying to, like, pulling out straws here and trying to help.
Okay, I'll try. I only have one more slot for this today.
Oh, you don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I will. I think that there might be something to it.
That was Kayla talking, but okay. Okay, good.
Or I only have so much magical reserve left in my tank today.
We all know.
Okay. All right. I don't know if this will work. You, sir, Nalfian with a beard, are you okay with this? He nods. Okay. All right. I've never done this with the person here standing in front of me, so, I'm sorry if this is odd for you, but I'm going to, and you can see her fingers begin to charge with this magical energy as that one teal streak in her hair begins to glow as she places her hands on Nalfian, on Old Man Nalfian. Nalfian, where initially people just kind of phase through, the magic kind of gives her an anchor point.
Mm-hmm.
As she begins to channel magic, and she says,
sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sure if anyone will be able to hear this, but I am Talitha. I am working to fix things that have gone wrong in not just my world, but any of them.
Don't give too many specific details.
That's where I was going to end it.
Good.
With that, the magic discharges. She looks at Old Man Nalf. And Old Man Nalf, you can see him kind of glowing with this like translucent blue energy now. And eventually it kind of fades away. As Talitha, her eyes go wide.
Did you get something?
Nalfian,
Yes.
No, that's who responded.
Oh,
And she looks at you, Nalfian.
You responded.
Saying what?
Join the club.
God, I'm such a fucking asshole. Okay, well, that's better than nothing, alright? Everyone calm down. Join the club.
Oh.
that's a very you thing to say.
Well, it seems like multiple me's are having the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
Wait, do we
Emperor?
want to try more of this?
I
Is this a good idea?
don't know. I feel very out of breath right now.
I'm sorry, we don't need
Oh.
to do this again.
And Talitha kind of falls over into a chair, and she's
Ah.
sort of grabbing on her chest. Ah. Oh. Oh. Yeah.
Nalfin's gonna, like, get up and go to her side. Is she okay?
Ah.
Looking at Lila, can you heal? Can you help me, please?
Let me look. I don't know.
Lila?
I think we're reaching too far. I think it was a good idea to try, but Emeril is nowhere to be contacted right now, and us pulling and pushing like this it was a good thought, but now we know.
Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
we could really break something.
What is happening?
And Talitha's kind of looking at her fingers, and
Oh no.
just like thread pulling from a piece of clothing, just pulling away slowly
shit.
at her fingertips.
Shit. It's not. It's probably not gonna. I use my Dryad ring. Try to heal her.
Is she losing hit points?
No,
She's
she
losing
unraveling.
so
she
Wow.
is
She's leaving.
I don't think I have anything for unraveling. I have.
Can Nalfian display
Anyone with a sewing kit?
his echo shadow?
Can he what?
What the hell? I mean, now he feels like guilty as fuck. I don't know. Like he's gonna dismiss the echo. I don't know if that'll help. Maybe cut off some kind of connection.
You dismiss the shadow, and immediately the threads begin to pull back together.
Oh.
I felt there was there was like a draft, like a window was open. In that moment, I could feel it all coming at once. I'm okay. I'm fine. I just, there was a moment where I really felt like thread just unraveling.
I'm a big fan of discovery and learning, but this seems a little too dangerous. I don't think we know enough about this concept to try. And I know this Emerald person is clearly valuable to us, but if we're contacting somebody who's maybe not good, I think we need to start acting like we can't talk to this Emerald person anymore.
That doesn't mean he's dead, right?
I don't know. But if he's not dead, I'm sure he'll find us again. If he's as powerful as you say.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was gonna do that.
No, Nalfian, you should not feel bad. If anything, I should have known that trying to overstretch on purpose like that, as opposed to on accident, And I'm sure, Lila, being a student from the college, you can understand this, that you're always told that experiments, they need to be in a controlled, safe space. You need to make sure you've done all of your research before you try something as ridiculously stupid as that. I mean, I don't know what kind of student you were, Lila, but at least that's what I always tried to live by, but curiosity got the better of me in that moment.
Curiosity gets me too, hence why I'm here with this lovely group of people, but I mean, we were taught the same thing. We just don't know enough, and seeing the danger of it, I really think we need to. I'm happy to do more research about it. I can cast sending myself, and we can look further into this, but we're not ready.
No, I think you're right. At least need to. There are several questions that I believe are very pertinent to ask Imriel as soon as he has returned to us.
From what little I know and from what just happened, I don't think he's dead, but I don't think I think somehow he's outside of all of this. And I don't know if that's better or worse than being dead.
Lila, you said you can use sending as well?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know this, Sigun? That maybe you might have more luck reaching her?
Yes. I mean, I don't know her as well as everyone else, but I mean, I did meet her. That should help ground me a little bit. Do you guys want me to try?
If
I
you
think
don't
we should, right?
try and push anything, then yeah, if you just cast it normally.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to do anything that I can't do. What do you guys want me to ask? Just how she is and if Emerald is okay?
That's probably a good place to start.
Okay. And she'll hold onto her amulet, close her eyes, think of Sigrun, and say, "This is Lila. We are all safe. Are you okay? Is Emerald okay?" And send.
Okay. So, with that, you send, and you do receive
Yay! Hopefully
a
it's good
response.
news.
Mhm. Lila, I need you to have Talitha add runes to her circle.
She's just gonna open her eyes really quick and say, "Add runes to your circle now." That's what she asked. Nothing else.
And then, using the remainder of the word, she'll very briefly use that remaining 10 words almost to describe 3 distinct arcane runes.
Okay.
Talitha immediately writes those down. Okay, yes, I can do that. And Talitha will run upstairs and immediately in her teleportation circle begin adding the runes. Okay. That's it, they're there?
I'll send that to her that they're ready.
Okay. With that, runes added
all of you sort of run up to that room as eventually you see them begin to flare with light. And you see two people. You see Enlil, Vani, Radiant Lord of the Dawi, and Sigrun, former Queen of the Valkyries, standing with no Imariel near them.
What happened?
I don't know. All I remember seeing was Cassius seeing both of them. They seeing Cassius and Mezin make their way towards him. Enlil and I tried to stop, but we were distracted with the constructs. I saw Imariel throw his hands up, and there was this blast of radiant energy. Then all three of them were gone. Enlil and I killed the constructs, but I don't know where he is. And as Sigrun looks down at the ground, this look of shock on her face, Enlil, in a similar fashion, all of you confused and confounded and unsure of what to do next. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo!
This is acceptable.
Woo!
Dear Lord. That was like a lot.
Yeah, we almost broke Talitha.
Yeah, remember how you guys were like, let's go, let's keep going. I was like,
Yeah, I don't regret it. Let's go.
I know. But I was like, man, it seems like what's coming next is suitable for a full session.
We're doing some Back to the Future type shit. It's not good.
Man, you think this is Back to the Future? This is not even that. This is more than that.
I know this is more than that, but I don't know enough pop culture references. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think you're looking more so at like Doctor Strange's Multiverse of Madness. I think that's really more so what we're getting closer to here.
Couple of sessions. Fuck. There's a couple of episodes of Doctor Who.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah. Oh
to
yeah.
watch more Doctor Who just so I can wrap my head around this.
Well,
Or you can be like me and just stay lost.
Nah, I think we all stay lost, girl.
Well, the thing is, with stuff like this, you can't think about it too hard, or else it really starts to not make any sense.
Yeah.
No.
But I think the big takeaway is there are, imagine like hundreds of wheels next to each other. All of the wheels have spokes, right? The things that keep the wheels all together. And those spokes are like the most important people in the world, right? They're the big historical events that keep the consistency, right? They prevent the wheel from breaking. So this would be like the parties coming together, big historical events that make Illica what it is. And all of those wheels are moving at different paces, which means some are spinning faster, some are spinning slower. Which means that events happen faster in some worlds than what they do in others. But it's like objective, you know? Like, time is normal for all of you because that is what you all know.
But going to a different reality, that wheel may spin faster. So all of the events happen in the same order, in the same time. It's just for what they perceive it as. Which means, right, using lots of things that we already know, the Dark One can win in worlds where the wheel spins faster because those events are happening faster there in comparison to your wheel. You follow me?
I did, and then I didn't, and then I did, and then I didn't. So
I feel like the Dark One lives outside of it,
Yeah,
and I
'cause
feel like
that's-
Emerald, either one of them in one of the wheels, let's just say Emerald A, okay? Just an A. In his world, he figured out a way, because he was looking into it. Like, that's something he said.
Mhm.
That he was looking into a way, through Dunamancy, to travel between.
Yeah.
Because that's what Echo Knights do. Echo Knights can pull from one, not multiple, but one. And, so he was trying to find a way to travel between them and exist outside.
Mhm.
And it seems as though one of them had figured that out. And I feel like that's the not good one. So that not good one is obviously not from our timeline. Or maybe it is. Maybe he is, and he's the one who just went all Funko cuckoo crazy and is able to travel across the different wheels. And the good Emeriel, right, one of the simulacrums, or maybe one good one from somewhere, maybe there's only one good simulacrum left, and, like, he bamped himself outside of all the existences, and that's why Nalfian was like, yeah, join the club. We all can't find him because he's outside of reality right now. And, like, maybe that's why we just, I don't know. That might be a big brain answer. That is dumb, but
I don't know. I think I think that's a good
I mean, if
theory.
you say something with enough confidence, it's real, right? So I don't know, just a thought.
Listen, all I'm saying is,
Or he's just dead. I don't know.
it's I'm just doing roll persuasion. Exactly. All I'm saying is I'm doing what excites me as a DM, and
Making us cry.
yeah.
Just kidding. Nah. No, I get it. Adolphe just feels like an asshole by being like, yeah, try this thing. Oh, you almost unraveled, and not that you didn't even die. You just were
You
wiped from
stopped
existence.
existing.
Yeah, he was like, well, that wasn't the answer.
Yeah. Well, it was a discovery that was made. Now there's confirmation that there's another Nalfian in some other reality that's also looking for Emeriel, and that Nalfian is trying to fight against the Dark One in their reality.
Yeah, but it's not good that he's missing across multiple realities.
No, it's not good.
Bad.
It's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's very
Yuri
Unless, of
really
course,
is thinking, I need to talk to Bianca.
This moment is a pillar, and it has to happen. But
hey,
does
River,
it?
whenever she wants to, Bianca's here. So
Yeah, that's...
Okay, but what time are you in right now?
we'll figure it out when Yuri got.
But the thing is, Lila has to cast the sending.
Yeah. Oh my
So
god.
it's gotta be Lila talking to Bianca.
Hey. Well, no, we're gonna cast sending through Eurydice. We're not doing. Oh my
Come back
god.
next week.
Where are Salamander Coast right now in terms of time? Like, what are
yeah,
they doing?
They're about a month and a half behind you guys.
Oof.
We're vibing.
Right.
But also
Everything's
by, there's a very good chance that they could be unreachable due to time stuff.
That is
in the
very
near
true.
future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not, because we really
No.
suck at that. Anyways.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys have been like about to go into that time shit for like half a year.
Literally months.
We're working on it.
I know. Word of the wise to Kayla and River, just be prepared to.
We've been prepared.
We've been prepared for
I
a
would say
while
within the
ago.
next 2 weeks.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We'd be
Within the
ready.
next 2. Okay, great.
I can
Oh, shit.
guarantee that. I'm
Yes.
Okay.
gonna make it happen, because it's gonna be two separate sessions. I can guarantee that much.
What?
Felicity's bamboozled.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because you guys are gonna talk to Lao Fei,
And then, yeah, we're still streaming. I know. Got a problem with that, Gemma? Fine, I'll end it. All right, see you guys later. Bye. Thanks for watching.